past so many years. This entire thing has been currently led by Dr. Vidya Ramtkar, who is chairing the education committee at FICCI. And without much further ado, I'll request our chair, Dr. Vidya, to deliver her theme address. Over to you, Dr. Vidya.
Thank you, Sumit. First of all, let me welcome the Honorable Secretary, Higher Education, Sri Sanjay Murthy ji, as well as Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Commerce, Sri BVR Subramaniam sir, and also my good friend and a very, very eminent industrialist in the state of Maharashtra, Sri Sudhir Mehta, who is the President of the Maratha Chamber for Commerce and Industries, and also the CMD of Pinnacle Industries, Force Motors, and several other industries in our country. And of course, my co-chair, Souvik Bhattacharya, the Vice Chancellor of BITS Pilani, as well as my colleagues here in FICCI, Sumit and Rajesh, and other colleagues who have taken a lot of efforts for this conference. I think it speaks volumes when we talk about the theme of the conference that the Secretary Commerce and the Secretary Education are here present at the inauguration with a very prominent industrialist. And I don't think we really need to talk much about the importance. The only fact that they have given us time this morning for the inaugural session actually speaks for the importance of why industry and academia should come together. But we've spoken about this in several conferences, and webinars about the importance of industry academia partnerships. How can we reimagine them more importantly post-pandemic? Each one of us at our universities has been closely connected with industries. Fortunately, there are some towns or some cities like Pune that I come from, and some other cities which have a very good industrial belt around it, I would say. Like, for example, Pune has almost every sector, services, manufacturing, automobile, manufacturing, etc. And therefore, it's much easier for us to bring in industry people into the classrooms, bring them on various boards, ensure that they are also a part of the framing of the academic curriculum, etc. But if you look at the larger picture around here in India, when you see, technical institutions in faraway places, even some of the universities in places that are not really surrounded by industries, it is a challenge. And here I think industry should play a major role. If I can look at one model where, industries can actually, adopt a few educational institutions in their neighborhood. And this neighborhood need not be the immediate neighborhood, but probably the state. And if that happens, it will be a great reimagining of the industry academia partnerships. Because through FICCI, we've done a lot. We've always brought industries and academia together. But I think the greater engagement of industry people wanting to be engaged with academia will speak volumes. One such example, of course, I can quote is of an innovation center being present on an industry campus. So we see a Philips Innovation Center at Manipal and several others such. I'm sure BITS Pilani also has very strong industry partnerships with their deeper engagements by physical infrastructures being put up on campuses. But I think mentoring and adopting colleges, especially in remote areas, is the responsibility of the industry. The way education is shaping post-pandemic is also something which is innovative and which has really disrupted, the way we used to teach, in our classrooms earlier. And I think with online teaching now moving on to hybrid or blended mode, I'm sure there will be more participation, and there can be more participation of industry partners, in the classrooms of education institutions. But beyond this, there is so much that we can do apart from internships, apprenticeship programs, skill development centers. I think even jointly, which we have not done in the past, is about, research. We all know that, research requires a lot of funding, and of course, an ecosystem that should be created on university campuses. And we also see that there is a lot of industry that has its R&D centers, in their own campuses. Can we actually marry both these, and can we bring in industry to do research in education institutions, and vice versa, actually, faculty members from academic institutions participating in the R&D programs of industries? I think when this happens, we really reimagine industry academia partnerships. We have eminent people here, and I really don't want to take much time in the theme address that I was supposed to speak on. But I once again thank all three of you for being present here. It means a lot to us at FICCI, and I'm sure it also gives a great signal to the participants, both from industry and academia here today in the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective. You mentioned about the research centers and the possibility of collaborative research. I think for that it is very important to have all the three stakeholders to complete that triple helix, which is industry, academia, and government. And luckily for today's session, we all have three present there. So thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your views. Now, moving further, may I request Mr. Sanjay Murthy ji, Secretary Higher Education, Ministry of Education, to share his perspective and deliver his keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Commerce Secretary, Mr. BVR Subramaniam, Dr. Sudhir Mehta, CMD Pinnacle Industries, Dr. Vidya, the Chair of the FICCI Higher Education Committee and Pro Vice Chancellor of Symbiosis International University, and all other participants to today's seminar. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me here today to share my thoughts. I think the conference is being organized at a timely moment when the ministry itself is keenly involved in understanding how this relationship between industry and academia should be strengthened. I think over the past couple of months, we have been in deep dialogue with all of you. But today, I just want to share some 3-4 initiatives of the ministry, which is in this direction and which I would solicit your support and participation in. The first one is pertaining to the internships. We feel that internships play a massive role in ensuring the job readiness of a student. So through AICT, we have launched a portal called the Internship Portal, and we've got around 1 crore registrations of students on that. And there's around 30,000 industries registered on that portal offering internships to these students. Now, in that process, the number of internships that we could offer is only 12 lakhs. So the gap between the people seeking internships and the ones that are on offer, there's a huge gap, and we can fill that only if we have greater participation of the industry in offering such type of internships. Dr. Vidya did mention in her inaugural address, mentioning the need to spread it out. Internships, unfortunately, are available only in these tier 1 cities or in the metros where such opportunities are more freely available. But for a student who is available in the tier 2 or tier 3 cities, I think these opportunities are not there because there is neither the industry or such businesses to the scale that is there in the tier 1 cities. So while internships are not paid internships, at least for the large majority of them, except for the guys from the IITs or the IIMs or from NITs, paid internships is not the order of the day. Now, and you expect a student to come from the tier 2, tier 3 cities to take up such internships there, to do it at his own cost. I think it's also a barrier for him to take this exposure. So in addition to what you may be thinking about, if you could think about industry providing some type of a facilitation to such type of students to, while getting that internship, also support him in at least his stay there for that 2-3 month period, I think will go a long way in addressing that situation. As far as the regulations are concerned, both UGC and AICT have made it mandatory that all students should have an internship, embedded internship during his course of study. So in an undergraduate program, there is a fixed period that he has to conduct. While this has been mandated, the opportunities need to come out from the industry side. The ministry on its behalf is interacting with all the ministries in Government of India itself. Just last week, we had a meeting with the Ministry of Corporation. They have around 8 lakh cooperatives under their ambit. We have requested all of them to ensure that they also offer internships and across the job profiles that they have in their city. It is not necessary that it has to be only in the engineering front. It could be on commerce. It could be on any aspects, marketing, any aspects that particular industry or a business, they provide whatever is the apprenticeship cost to the students, and they do it in bulk. So if this type of a thing can also be increased manifold, I think the number of job-ready students will become immensely large. Third-party studies from Niti Aayog have also revealed that the job readiness of all the people who have completed their apprenticeship is up to 80%. So there's a good 80% satisfaction from industry, while recruiting this people or pool of people who have gone through an apprenticeship. Now, we've also talked about what is industry doing towards, playing a role in developing the students or developing this ecosystem. The ministry has also launched another initiative called Vidyanjali in higher education. This tries to bring in volunteerism of whoever is wanting to contribute something towards his area or his field of expertise. Now, in that, we have opened up a portal to say that whoever wants to go, it could be an individual, it could be an industry, it could be a society, it could be anybody who's wanting to devote any period of time. It could be in kind, or it could be in person, or it could be in any form that he finds comfortable, where he can contribute to a development of an educational institution. This portal has been opened up, and I use this opportunity again to appeal to all of you to see and visit this portal to see how you can, as an association, contribute towards doing this. As you know, that we are providing scholarships to many of the students, to especially the economically weak ones who don't have that income. We provide around 12,000 crores in the next 5 years just on these scholarships itself. I think these scholarships need to be increased to see that, students from the tier 2, tier 3 cities do get that. And just because of the high fees or the location of that institution should not be a bar for that student to avail an educational opportunity. Especially in the cases of women and girl child, I think this is a very important aspect that the industry should take on itself, to see that girl students not only participate in STEM education, but are also able to go out and move out of wherever they are to take up higher education. And I think portals like Vidyanjali will, I think, being neutral to anything being promoted by the government, I think it will open up avenues for anyone to come and contribute to their will, to their liking, to the extent that they have. The last point I just wanted to mention, I've taken a lot of time, but there's one thing on R&D. And I think R&D, there is a lot of scope for industry to further contribute. A lot of things have happened, but the investment, I think, needs to increase. And I think this can increase only if there is a greater collaboration between industry and academia. Unfortunately, till now, I think it's only transactional for 2 events in a year. Especially when they want to place their internships, I think they contact the industry, and when the industry wants to recruit people from premium institutions, they go and visit them at that point of time. And the rest of the year, I don't think this activity is too deep or enriched. There are proposals like Professor of Practice. This is available in the IITs. We have written to all the NITs and triple ITs in the technical institutions, especially, to encourage this concept of ensuring that industry loans some of their capable experts to share their experiences on live examples of what industry does and what type of solutions they expect or what challenges they are facing to the students they go and impart these lectures to. While this is happening in the technical education institutions, for the humanities sides, the UGC is working on this similar type of a fashion to see how this could be formalized. And I think this opens up many avenues for it, like for the AVGC itself. You don't have a straightforward degree there for them to come and teach, but I think that provides so much of scope or creativity to students across the board, be it in humanities or be it in the technical space. I think bringing in such type of industry expertise will go a long way in strengthening the trust between the industry and academia. And I look forward to the deliberations of the eminent panelists today, as well as the participants, to see that how further we could collaborate with you to deepen this relationship further. But from us, from the Ministry of Education side, you can rest assured that we are very serious in taking this forward, because we feel that is the only way to see that we could be a leader in the technology space going forward. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and look forward to your feedback also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for showing support of Ministry of Education. Sir, you highlighted very important aspects. One of them is the continuous engagement between industry and the academia, and not just on the 2 occasions where they need to look forward to each other. You also, sir, mentioned about the promotion of girl student in STEM education. So these are the areas where FICCI will definitely like to, support government's initiative. So you also mentioned about internship and apprenticeship. I would like to take this opportunity to mention that FICCI, through its skilling division, have been very actively working in promoting the cause of apprenticeship. In fact, over the last few years, we have encouraged a lot of industry people to look for apprenticeship and take benefit out of the scheme. It benefits not only industry but of course the candidates, but the industry as well. So this is something which we will continue to work on, and sir, we will come to you for further guidance and taking this forward. And from FICCI side, we assure you of our full support and cooperation. Thank you so much, sir, for your guidance and encouragement.
Thank you.
Now, going forward, I request Dr. Sudhir Mehta, who is the president of Maratha Chamber of Commerce and also CMD of Pinnacle Industries, to deliver his special address. Over to you, sir.
So very good morning to all the distinguished panelists, and a special thank you to Vidya for inviting me today. I'm certainly, there are many people who are far greater experts than I am, but let me bring a different perspective to this. And this is kind of interesting because one of the things I like to do is to write, and I recently wrote an article in the Mint, and this came about after what was happening in the Ukraine situation and all the children which were studying there and came back. And let me quote some statistics that I learned, at least that I was not aware of. And I think this is a statistic that everybody must know. And this is coming recently actually from a statement of the government in the Rajya Sabha that there are over 11 lakh Indian students who are studying in 99 countries around the world. And the spend on them is about 2 lakh crores, which is about 30 billion per year. Now, let me relate that to our oil import bill. And one of the things that, and I think the Commerce Secretary and the Education Secretary are here, according to me, this is probably the single largest untapped opportunity that we have as a country for increasing our exports. And by that, I mean, by getting more and more students who today go abroad to study in India, as well as becoming the center for worldwide education. And we certainly don't have oil, and the government is making a lot of active efforts at the moment to diversify from oil. But I think this, the higher education system, to my mind, is probably the single largest untapped opportunity that we have to build this. And let me speak in the context of that, again, some statistics exactly for me at least were surprising, that there is less than only 1 lakh medical student seats today in India, and only about 30,000 seats for dentistry in the country, for a country of our size. To my mind, all of this must start with a post-COVID vision for where we want the education system of the country to be. And personally, my view, again, is that we must be amongst the 2 or 3 top leaders for education, at least in the next decade or so. This is not something which can be done from one year to another. But maybe over the next 10 years, if we set ourselves a task as a country that we will become one of the largest education hubs of the world, not just for students in India, but for students from all over the world who want to come and study, then I think all of the things can fall into place accordingly. Before the session started, I was mentioning about Kashmir, for instance. This is one of the great untapped areas which, as even the Commerce Secretary was mentioning, can be a wonderful area where students can come and study, provided the right infrastructure, the education facilities are available. So to my mind, post-COVID is a great time for us to look at resetting how we think about not just higher education in India, industry, academia, partnership, but overall where we want our higher education system to be. And 4 or 5 suggestions specifically that I had made in the article. And again, this was prefaced by what was happening, where we had all of these Indian students who were studying in Ukraine, had gone there, many of them to study medical education, where I think in most cases, if the right opportunities were available in India, they would have certainly preferred to be here. And I had made 6 suggestions there, which I will just again say. One is, we need to dramatically look at increasing the supply of both public and private institutions. And this has to be done in partnership, and really even industry will have to be roped in, because if such a large operation of this kind is to be done, where we want to enhance both the quality of higher education and the numbers, then this will have to be a national effort which includes everybody. In many cases, I think standardization of curriculum across universities, one possible suggestion again, could be that there are many eminent institutions. So for instance, if BITS Pilani has a very good mechanical engineering program, then they could become one of the centers for excellence in the curriculum that they or such institutions put together, or Symbiosis is doing something in law or any such thing. I think we need to take advantage of the centers of excellence and make sure that those curriculums are then standardized. So we are not trying to replicate everything at every location. Specifically in the tier 3, tier 4 locations, it may not be possible to get the quality of faculty, and there we can make use of technology to see that the appropriate quality of education reaches. This is essentially what the new age education companies like Byju's or any of these other companies are trying to do, is to basically use technology to standardize the delivery of education across the country. And if this is something that the government can also take up, then it can be done at a very, very big scale across the system. Given this opportunity, I just have a couple of very specific suggestions in terms of industry-academia partnership. One, and again, I take the example of a small country of Israel. I have some businesses there and travel very frequently there. The amazing thing about Israel is that when you meet a person every 2 years, normally they have a different card. So 2 years, they can have a card of being a bureaucrat. And then after 2 years, you meet them, they're a professor. After 2 years, they have done a startup. And again, after 2 years, when you meet them, they may have gone back to doing something different. This just goes to show that there is a free movement across these wider spectrums. But in our country, we seem to have kind of straitjacketed that if you are an academic, then you remain an academic for life. If you're a bureaucrat, then you remain a bureaucrat for life. If you're a business person, then you do that. And somehow, if we are able to, in some ways, I know it's not easy, but break it up. So for instance, if some kind of a policy can be made by government, industry and academia that professors, so for instance, every 6 or 7 years, they can spend 6 months or 1 year in an industry, I think the experience that they will get will be so invaluable when they go back. And the other way around, if industry can spare some people to go into academia for 6 months, train courses, this mixing will enable a lot of the questions to be answered. And this also goes back to the question which was discussed about internships. I think that those are the kinds of things which could help. One more specific suggestion for internships. Again, I don't know how realistic this is, but the Indian Army happens to be one of the biggest institutions in the country, which is very regimented, very focused, has excellent training programs. I don't know if there can be, again, some kind of a program to involve young people in trying to take advantage of the terrific systems that they already have set up for training. Again, because I was in Kashmir a few days, I saw the work that they are doing as also the terrific orientation that they have. And if there is some way to bring all of this together, then that could be another area of focus. I want to end by saying that I think education can become the single biggest foreign exchange earner for us as a country. We've, for a long time, after IT, been looking at the next sunrise industry. So IT, of course, is the pride of our country and is today getting us the maximum foreign exchange, is getting us a lot of accolades globally. But over the next 10 to 20 years, given the demographics of our country, which is going to need so many people going into higher education, plus the world, I think this represents to me the single biggest opportunity for India to become the center for global education. And I think if all the three constituents can work at it and really create an ambitious plan, I think we need to be far, far more ambitious in this regard. The opportunities could be tremendous. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta, for sharing your perspective and giving the industry view on this. I think you raised very important points. Some of them like uses of technology for delivery of educational content, then the free movement across various possibilities. You cited the example of Israel, I think, which is very, very relevant, and I think that could be looked at. That would be very, very beneficial for all the stakeholders. And of course, the export opportunity, the biggest foreign exchange earner. I think if all these are addressed, we can definitely try and become the educational hub in the years to come. And from our side, FICCI's side, we'll be happy to collaborate with the initiative which you probably would have taken at Maratha Chambers and take this forward under the guidance of our chair, Dr. Vidya, and we'll be happy to collaborate on that. So going forward, now I request Sri BVR Subramaniam ji, Secretary Ministry of Commerce, deliver his inaugural address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Vidya. Thank you, other participants of this workshop. I'm extremely happy to have been invited to this particular session. It's not generally up commerce's street to be talking about industry academia partnership. We have a very different mandate, but it's very pleasant, and I'm actually delighted to be here. It's a very relevant theme. You know, I was going through actually what you're going to address today in this workshop on reimagining industry academia partnerships. So you're addressing three large areas. You're addressing skilling today, you're addressing apprenticeship, and you're addressing innovation and incubation. So I think it's a very vast canvas here. I just want to first highlight where we stand as a nation. And I think it's important. And I think skilling has to be put in that context. I mean, it's undeniable that we are the second most populous country in the world, very much on track to become the most populous country. I mean, there's no denying that. What that means is we will be having the largest cohort of working age people for at least next 30, 40 years. I mean, we've seen a lot of buzzwords, demographic dividend, this, that, etc. But the fact is, this is reality. For a very, very long time, at least, in the working career of an individual, 30, 40 years, India will be the largest provider of manpower. I think that's something that should get into our minds and should be actually very deeply implanted there, be it policymakers, be it academia, be it industry. There's a large pool of people. And so while we can talk of a demographic dividend, we may actually end up missing it if we don't actually work towards exploiting it. And I think that's very, very important. Wherever you go in the world, you see now Indians in large numbers. I mean, it used to be Middle East, it used to be some parts of Europe, but you go to the most remote corners of the world, now you have thousands and thousands and lakhs of Indians. And doors are opening everywhere. It's a very simple thing. What we are experiencing as a dividend, the other countries are experiencing it in reverse. Either their population and the working age population is either not growing or is it shrinking. So in a way, this is providing us an immense opportunity. So one statement of fact, and this is not a statement of intent, India will be a global supplier of manpower for a very long time to come. So actually, when we look at the next 25 years or 30 years, this is going to be something that we need to exploit. The question is, are these people who are going to go out to provide manpower to the rest of the world be at the bottom of the employability or employment ladder, or they'll be somewhere in the middle or at the top? And I think that's very, very important. And that should be factored into all our policies, our designs, our partnerships, etc. The other fact which I want to bring to everybody's notice is, and this is sometimes missed, and I notice it even across the government, we do not realize how important exports are as a part of our economy. I mean, roughly 16, 17% of our GDP is exported. You have great trading nations with 30, 40% of the GDP, which is traded or exported. And if you see various parts of the economy, what drives growth? It is driven by consumption. It's driven by investment demand. It's driven by consumption demand. And it's driven by export demand. So export is actually from somewhere between 1/5 to 1/4 of what drives growth. And in exports, the fastest growing area of growth in India, at least, is services exports. And that's something I will have to admit that my own ministry has not been very focused on in trying to push. It's happening quite autonomously. A lot of people say that exports are growing and happening nicely in spite of government or in the absence of government. So sometimes, are we going to spoil it by getting into the game? But having said that, sorry for the background noise. So, but the point I'm saying that is, we are trying to actually grapple with how do we promote services exports? And I'm not talking of the usual IT stuff, which is happening everywhere. And within services, if you look at what the WTO defines as various modes of supplying services, one is actually consumption abroad, what they call mode 2. That's tourism. You go to another place and get a service. The first one is actually online delivery, consumption across borders. That's something you do digitally, which has boomed massively during COVID. Mode 3 is actually go to another country, set up office, set up shop. And that's what, say, FDI into India does, banks opening branches, insurance companies, etc. And the last is, of course, movement of people, what they call mode 4. We are actually globally very strong in two areas at least. which is mode 4, which is moving manpower across the world. And the second area is actually now online delivery. So I think these two areas is something we need to grow. And within that, I think in manpower, the critical element is skilling. And without adequate skills and appropriate skills, and I'll point out where the flaws in the system are, because of which we are probably not able to achieve our full potential. I'm not saying we're not exploiting it. I mean, our remittances are the highest in the world. In a way, the remittances that come to India from our people staying outside almost equal our oil imports. So actually, that's what's keep our balance of payments going. That's something which everybody should recognize at the end. But maybe we could do even much better. On manpower, there are huge skilling issues as we go across, and I'll point those out. And the other is in consumption abroad. We're just negotiating an FTA with Australia, and we are in the last lap. Indian students spend $4 billion a year on education in Australia. The numbers are much, much higher in the United States. It's almost the same in Canada. And you go to even small countries, New Zealand, you go to all parts of Europe. 30 years ago, nobody was going to France or Germany to study in large numbers. But now that's happening in large numbers. Just a second. So I think it's important that we focus on these two areas. There's some construction going on. I'm sorry. So these are two areas we need to exploit. As far as Ministry of Commerce is concerned, we are trying to open the doors, and that's the best we can do. We get agreements done bilaterally, multilaterally, which open opportunities both for manpower as far as also for delivering services across the borders. But we see huge gaps in our internal systems, which do not enable us to take advantage of this. I'll mention a few of them. Firstly, our certification standards. The technical word which countries use is mutual recognition agreements, MRAs. MRAs are about, our nurses being recognized in another country, and our doctors being recognized in another country, our architects being recognized in another country. But you see, there is a problem there. The certification we use domestically, whatever be the agency, be it UGC, AICT, etc., they actually meet our requirements. They may not be focused on global requirements. And the problem there is we keep to our standards in sync with our needs, which is natural, but they may not be in sync with global needs. And that's a huge gap. Take nursing, for example. Australia wants 20,000 nurses. UAE wants 40,000 nurses. But we say, let's have an agreement between both sides to accept our certificates. But when they travel across our colleges, they found just 3 nursing colleges in India up to their standards. So what is probably acceptable in India may not be acceptable globally. And that's something we need to understand, recognize. By the way, the same with the medical standards. Medicines which are certified in one country, in some of the developed economies, have a very fast-track method of approval in the other country. It's not the same for Indian medicines. The reason is our domestic standards are lower. And so we do not get access to those standards. So I think in the education sector, maybe the time has come for us to have dual certification standards. You have a certification which meets domestic needs and a separate certification which meets international markets. And I think that is very, very critical. In fact, yesterday I was sitting on the board of the Quality Council of India, and the QCI runs a lot of these accreditation bodies, and I didn't even realize. I thought they're into laboratories and, hospitals, but they also have one national board for certification agencies. And then there's a Council of Architects, Council of Engineers. They all are actually controlled by this body. And then it struck me, why can't we have a separate certification system for architects, which is actually, you can have a level 1 certification and a level 2. Level 2 meets global standards. You do not realize the markets that you will open up. I mean, think of all the, we talk about doctors because that's a top of the line degree. Our doctors have to sit for exams in other countries to start practicing that. But it's not true of all doctors from all jurisdictions. So going away from that, I'm going to the larger area of skilling. And it's not going to be doctors and engineers. There's going to be a large population of people who are going to be welders, fitters, people who are doing turning, carpenters, electricians. These are people who will need skill sets which meet global demand. And I think we need to set up certification systems for that. The other is relevance to demand. A lot of our skilling meets our demand. So probably there are going to be private sector initiatives needed to meet global demand for skilling. And I think that's a huge market. I still remember, I think it was 96 or 97. I went for a short 1-week training course in Kerala. And I was watching a movie at night in an open air theater. And there was an advertisement about, people being trained in welding. And it's a local private institute. You think welding, and there's an advertisement, a 1-minute clip in the middle of a movie, good old times when you went to theaters. And then you realize, I didn't realize that 60-70% of people who do welding in shipyards around the world are Indians. And none of them have come through a government ITI. They all go through these private courses and then go abroad. So there's a huge market there. So I think there's a need to be relevant to demand outside. The other is the academic world itself. I mean, I think it needs to be more nimble and flexible, be it skilling, be it apprenticeship, to see that, we are used to our 3-year degrees, 4-year degrees, 5-year degrees, master's program, and we change the curriculum every 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. But when it comes to skilling, I think it's far more dynamic, changing very, very fast in the current world. It's no longer the same. New tools come, new instruments come, people have to be skilled. So not only does the academic world have to be more nimble and flexible, I mean, can we actually create courses which can be learned lifelong? Come back for a 1-week program, 2-week, people are going to pay for it. When I talk to somebody who runs computer training courses, we think that we do it for Indians. No, actually, I know Americans who take a week off to do a new course in some new computer software that has come to Delhi, park themselves in a hotel, do it for 5 days and go back to the US. And these are citizens of other countries and not Indian origin people, because it's far more expensive to get those skills there. So there's a huge market for actually lifelong skilling in a large number of disciplines. Coming to industry and the relevance of apprenticeship or internships, I think they should see it as an investment. I actually talk of the McKinsey model here. What does McKinsey do? It recruits a large number of people for 2 years as analysts and dumps them back into the MBA world. When they do their MBAs, only 20% come back to McKinsey. But the whole world is populated by McKinsey people who funnel business back to the firm. So, there are huge networks of ex-McKinsey people. I think industry should look at these trainees as their investment. They have to accept when they do an apprenticeship or an internship that they're training individuals. There'll be a high attrition rate. A large number of them are not going to come back for your jobs. But out of 100 people you train or provide internship to, even if 20% actually end up with your company, it's going to be far better than anything which any academic environment can actually provide. The other 80% will be grateful to you for life. And of course, in India, I mean, their good wishes, unki duaएं will certainly help your industry also. Lastly, on entrepreneurship, there's something. A lot is happening. Academia are setting up a large number of incubation hubs and, innovation hubs. One thing, I think we should also be targeting the global markets when we do this incubation and innovation. I know the problem with India, it's an advantage and a challenge. The advantage is that we have a huge domestic market. So everybody who innovates ends up meeting our domestic market. I keep talking of one industry unrelated to today's topic, which is tea. India's exports of tea in 1960 and 2020 are the same, 200 million kilos. Our production has gone up 6 times. The simple reason is we are drinking all the tea we are producing and we are having very little surplus to export. That's the problem in innovation and incubation. If you want to produce global innovators, if your startups have to become global, I think our innovation hubs, the incubation centers which academia run along with industry should also be focused on the global markets. And I think that's a very, very important thing. I mean, think of much smaller countries. I heard the example of Israel. Even most European countries don't have a large domestic market, but all of them target the US market and the global market because that's where the scale is. So, I mean, how are we going to push our companies into the global markets when they incubate into larger companies? I think that is that. 4-5 specific suggestions today. I mean, so can academia set up global incubation hubs? A lot of you have partnerships with foreign institutions. You have partnerships with foreign universities, colleges. That actually gives you an opening which an innovator actually lacks. Can they use your institution as a base along with the partner in the foreign country, wherever, UAE, US, UK, Canada, and actually set up global enterprises as a startup? 2, can FICCI, in partnership with academia and industry or anybody else actually, take the lead in actually setting up certification systems to meet global markets, not domestic markets? And 3, can academia start up lifelong skilling programs so that people can keep coming back? And mind you, if you've trained a person once, it's like reading a newspaper. The switching costs are very high. You never abandon a newspaper you read as a child. So once they're skilled in your institute once, and it's a good thing, they'll keep coming back every 2 years. 4thly, I mean, can we have global skilling initiatives? As I said, the global online skilling market, education market is about 200 billion. It's growing rapidly. I heard somebody say the word Byju's, etc. I mean, this is huge. Byju's is focusing on a certain target group, but there are many, many more such target groups. So I think if you actually feed the world, you'll end up feeding India also. The other is industry to expand their internship programs, both domestically as well as internationally, and accept the fact they will have a lot of attrition, but see that not just as a business proposition, but as an investment. And lastly, and there's a point which I'm picking up from my previous speaker, Mr. Mehta, that this issue of academia industry movement. I've done an MBA 30 years ago. Half my teachers were directly from industry. My classes used to be at 6 to 9 in the evening because they had to go to work during the daytime. Our systems do not allow that. We are hamstrung by regulations of UGC, of AICTE, and all kinds of things. The person should be a double PhD or a triple master's before they can teach. The person who has done a lifetime's work in that sector probably knows much more than people with degrees. So I think you should have very fluid movements. Industry, academia, and I'll add my own sector, which is government. People should be. I'm actually recasting commerce department. In 3-4 months' time, we will have huge private sector positioning within the department because they're the ones who know trade. We don't know trade. I've never sold even a pen in my life. So, we need industry sitting in the ministry as employees on short-term, long-term contracts, whatever. Similarly, academia and industry should have free movement within each other, which would require people like me, regulators, as well as academia, change the current regulations to make that possible. That's all I had to say. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your visions. And indeed, was a lot of guidance for us to take things forward. Specifically, sir, you talked about some of the initiatives and some of the suggestions which FICCI could take up, particularly the certificate system for the global market, setting up of global skilling initiatives. We at FICCI have taken some initiative as far as skilling domain is concerned, but definitely will be guided by you, sir. And a lot of takeaways, at least for us, and we would definitely like to take that forward, particularly the mobility part, which you also mentioned about. And the skilling is one aspect. You cited the example of architects, you cited the example of builders. This is something, there's a huge market waiting abroad where we can look at the export opportunities from manpower supply. Thank you so much for your perspective, and thank you so much, sir, for sharing your time and vision with us. Now, moving forward, I request our co-chair, Mr. Ravi Panchanan, who is also the MD and CEO of Manipal Global Education, to deliver his vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the FICCI Higher Education Conference on Reimagine Industry and Academia Partnership. The FICCI chair has laid out the context for the theme and how the many facets will be discussed over the next 1.5 days. Thank you for that. I would like to thank Sri Sanjay Murthy, Secretary for Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India, for sharing details of various initiatives such as internships, apprenticeships, for non-tech and tech streams, and the Vidyanjali program in higher education for the ministry to improve job readiness and industry readiness of students and graduates, and also on efforts to make such initiatives more inclusive, covering tier 2 and tier 3 cities, and also including the girl students. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Sudhir Mehta, CMD, Pinnacle Industries, shared his views to make India a preferred destination for international students and a strong area to focus on as a segment under the export category. He also shared his thoughts on standardizing curriculum and creating centers of excellences in premier institutions. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Sudhir, for your views. Sri BVR Subramaniam, Commerce Secretary, Government of India. Sir, thank you very much. You underlined our demographic advantages and the need for policy adjustments to convert that advantage into a dividend. I think that's very well said, because India is fast moving towards becoming the largest human capital of the world. And there are areas where we could, like nursing, like sir, what you said, is a very important area where we can be global leaders. As a global supplier of talent, I completely concur with your views that we should ensure skilling and employability of our graduates to meet not just the local standards, but also to meet global international standards. And I think your views on dual certification, I think, is very, very welcome, and something that as FICCI, we would like to take it from there. Therefore, leverage this as a strategic export category. So that is important for us. You also touched upon the innovation and incubation centers and how those should also think global. Your tea example was very apt. I started my career in the tea industry, sir, in 1990. I was with Lipton India as part of Hindustan Lever. So I know exactly what you're saying. And the example was very apt in terms of telling us how we could actually improve specific global linked innovation and incubation. Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Before concluding, I would like to thank all our participants who have joined us from various parts of the country and elsewhere online. I'm confident that over the next 1.5 days, everyone will have a good learning experience in this conference. And the triage of industry, academia, and government is so important. And it is important for all of us to deliberate in our panels, listen to experts, listen to different points of view, and figure out if there are going to be new avenues for collaboration between industry, academia, with government, blessing some of the initiatives and some of the projects that we are going to talk about. So thank you, everybody. Wish you all a very good conference.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair. Now, with this, we come to the conclusion of the inaugural session, and I once again take this opportunity to thank all our esteemed speakers, both the secretary sirs. Thank you so much, sir, kindly for joining us. And the next session, which is on skill, reskill, upskill, reworking on industry academia partnership, will be at 11 o'clock. We have 8-10 minutes to start that session, and the session will be moderated by Dr. Raghu Saxena, who is the advisor to FICCI Education Committee and former Vice Chancellor, Narsee Monjee Institute. So I request the panelists to kindly join us on the link which has been shared with them, and we start at 11 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sumit. Thank you, Rajesh.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
The secretary and
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Ravi. Thank you, Madam. Good morning, Mr. Sinha.
Hi, Rajesh. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Srirang.
Yeah, we are live.
Good morning. Good morning, Pramad. Good morning, Srirang.
Morning, sir. Morning.
Good morning, Dr. Andre. Good morning, Rajiv Chandan.
Very good morning, Mrs. Saxena, everyone.
Morning, everybody.
Rajesh sir, we are live. We can start.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Professor Raj Nehru.
He was here. His video was on for a few minutes.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's start.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
Welcome to this first session, post-inaugural of this Reimagine Industry Academia conference that FICCI has started doing from this year onwards. I said started doing because among all the issues that we have and areas of development that we kind of looking at and reform measures that we at FICCI have been looking at over the years has certainly be around policy changes and other best practices that needs to be brought about in higher education sector. So we've reflected on research, we've had technology, we've had all those regulatory reform that we've been working on over the years. But one of the things that's came up, in this whole discussion that we've had at FICCI last several years, that we really have to have a forum which kind of continuously looks at engaging industry with academic institutions. Of course, the other issues which are there are being looked at by government through various notifications, executive orders, national education policies, and through entities like FICCI. But the fact that as industry association body, how do we continuously, more effectively, efficiently, meaningfully, pragmatically engage with industry so that there is a right kind of output coming through, not just in terms of student employability getting enhanced or augmented, but the fact that we kind of then are able to manage and create an ecosystem that is so much in sync with what we see in the developed world, and there's a global kind of a benchmarking that could take place. So industry from that perspective, industry engagement from that perspective becomes super critical. And this is what was decided in the last FICCI Higher Education Summit, that we should create a permanent forum. So this conference that we do is an attempt towards it, to ensure that we deliberate upon it, and kind of trying to look at the conventional, robust models that we have. How do we revamp it? How do we relook at it and make it as pragmatic as possible? And also the newer models, the newer cases, the newer best practices that we would be knowing of, domestically, globally, the various practices that's happening, which can be brought to the fore, to this forum, which can then be taken up by institutions going forward for government to look into. So with that as in mind, we thought that we'll kind of have this 5 sessions spread over 2 days, where we kind of talk about various aspects of industry engagement with academic institutions. In fact, we had a very interesting discussion during the inaugural session. I mean, one of the few sessions where we would have had Commerce Secretary and Higher Education Secretary both being there, and the Commerce Secretary very was very cogently elucidated on various aspects and recommendations that he had in mind, which going forward would not only create that ecosystem that we are thinking of in India, but also kind of create a global benchmark because India going forward would actually be producing global graduates. And Mr. Sinha, Pramad Sinha, I mean, an integral part of FICCI Higher Education Committee had developed a report for FICCI in 2013, FICCI Vision 2030, which kind of said that by 2030, 1 in every 4 graduates would be a pass out of Indian higher education system. So that's what the Commerce Secretary was primarily highlighting, that we should look at skilling, keeping global skilling in mind, and going forward, how do we then, as institutions, as industry, come forward and ensure that we kind of come towards that. Without further ado, I would quickly introduce Dr. Saxena, who happens to be the moderator, and of course, a rich panel and all eminent people from diverse backgrounds of banking, industry, academic institutions, all of that. Mr. Sinha has been through and through and serial entrepreneur, setting up institutions within academic, academia and otherwise. And of course, we have Professor Raj Nehru from Vishwakarma University, Mr. Srirang from the group HR head of ICICI Bank, of course. Anand Andre, he's been Amit Andreji, he's been a new entrepreneur, I mean, very a budding entrepreneur who's been managed to kind of create a work around tech innovation and has managed to have offices and in global, in the Middle East and other parts of the world. So he'll share his thoughts there. And of course, Mr. Rajiv Tandon, an ex-BITS Pilani alumni who happens to be CEO of WILP. So Dr. Saxena, of course, has been part of FICCI last many years now, and he's a very accomplished thought leader in the space of higher education, who's been the first director, of course, of IIM Indore, and of course the director of SP Jain before taking over, of course, as the vice chancellor of NMIMS for 2 terms. He's recently kind of opened and founded an organization called the Open Edwork and has 40 years of professional experience and is a marketing professor, and then has been done and credible work in the area of marketing. And he has several awards in teaching excellence, leadership, institution building, and contribution of higher education to India. And then he has over 70 articles published in well-known journals. Dr. Saxena, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rajesh, for this setting the whole context of this panel discussion and giving a background of why we are having this discussion today. Just this morning, when the inaugural session was on, the Commerce Secretary had made some very interesting kind of remark, which I think is could possibly kick off a whole lot of a discussion in this very session itself, which is really a session that is coming up soon after the inaugural session. He talked about the Global Incubation Center. Can the Indian academic institutions, in partnership with the industry, set up a global incubation center so that one can think in terms of creating those kinds of innovations that will drive the change, not just merely in India, but also at the global level itself, and which is where the bigger opportunity is there. The recent, the pandemic, for example, the last 2 years that we have been in the pandemic, and we are still coming out of it, we still have many areas where we do see these kinds of incidences coming up. One thing that pandemic has taught us is that we need to collaborate, because unless and until we collaborate, we will never be able to really achieve our institutional goals. Coming as I do from the academic background, in this kind of a panel discussion, which is so very much enriched, which is going to be enriched by such a wonderful panelists over here, those who have diverse backgrounds, and the ones right from institution building, creating institutions, consulting at the global level, and now consulting the government for setting up of the institutions, to a banker who is leading the transformation in the human resources back in his own organization, and coming again with a very rich corporate background. An ex-army officer, a corporate executive, and now the vice chancellor of the first skills university in Haryana, to somebody who has really led all the way in terms of I would say, the industry partnership, that is the WILP program, which is so very famous of BITS Pilani, serves as a model for many of the academic institutions, and somebody who's a technocrat and an entrepreneur who can really take us through in terms of talking about how technology can really mediate and what are the opportunities that are coming up. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very rich panel, a panel which has such a wonderful kind of a background. And I'll quickly give you a little background about them. Before I just invite my panelists over here, well, one of the important things that we are all aware about, and I think the pandemic showed that there is a need for collaboration. What we are also realizing with the rapid changes that are taking place, particularly in the area of technology, and the way the new job designs are emerging, the new job roles are emerging, we find that some of the skills that institutions have been imparting, they are obsolete in many institutions' cases that we can. Largely because of the fact that there is a gap between what the industry is saying, what the industry is wanting, the curriculum that we have, primarily fixed by most of the state universities itself, where perhaps curriculum may not have changed for a very long time period, to a faculty which has not been updated, which feel that, well, since I have come into the academic institution, I have arrived. I mean, I come from the academic field. I know the kind of mindsets with which I have confronted with, telling every time my faculty colleagues that, look, it is time that you all understand that if you don't change, others will change you. That's all, nothing more than that. And that change will be far more painful. So what the technology today is driving the change in the industry. And clearly there are new job roles today emerging. Many of these job roles are in the field of technology. These are invariably, every job role has technology element in it. Right from the grassroots level, if I were to look at it, even for example, today when we call in some of our smart homes, the electrician or let us say a plumber, even he, if he doesn't have that kind of an understanding of the computers, or he doesn't have an understanding of the technology, it would be hard for him to really detect where the problem is in many of these cases. Smart cities, the same kind of an issues that we are going to be confronting. So engineering colleges, polytechnics, management schools, sciences, the field of sciences, almost everywhere, there is a need to relook at how can I partner with the industry so that I'm able to develop the skills of tomorrow, or skills of today and tomorrow. So this panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, is about skilling, reskilling and upskilling in the changing world itself, in this new world. And that's why we say it is reimagining our industry partnerships. That is what we are really going to be talking about. The panel consists of Mr. Pramod Sinha, Dr. Pramod Sinha, a very well-known leader in higher education, one who has had a very diverse consulting experience right from his McKinsey days at the global level to setting up, to being the dean of the Indian School of Business, and going out to really set up Ashoka University. And then now he has created absolutely a new kind of a model and a new paradigm in higher education through his Harappa education itself. Mr. Sinha is by training and education is an engineer and also a PhD from the US itself. He started his career with McKinsey and Company, as I said, in Toronto in 1993, and he returned to India with McKinsey 4 years later to begin working on the establishment of ISB. And his book, ISB, An Idea Whose Time Has Come, is there for many of us to really go through and see what really got ISB and the whole kind of a thought process in it itself, in the background. So may I now invite you, Dr. Sinha, for your opening remarks, and I think each panelist would take about 6 to 7 minutes, I would say 7 minutes or so that we have enough time for discussing amongst ourselves, and then also ask some questions and have time for question and answer. Dr. Sinha.
Thank you, Dr. Saxena. It's great to be here on a FICCI platform. I've had a long association with FICCI as well as with the higher education group, and of course with you, Dr. Saxena. So it's great to be here being moderated by you. You know, at some level, this topic of industry-academia partnership is a very cliched and hackneyed one. I remember some 20 years ago being asked to join a committee set up by the Department of Education or HRD, which Narayan Murthy was leading. And there have been many, many such discussions. And the fact that we keep having these discussions either means that we have been very bad at building industry-academia partnership, or that there is clearly a lot to be done. And I feel that there's a new ray of hope. I do feel that we were pretty bad at industry-academia partnerships. And it's true not just in India. I think it's around the world. I think industry and academia sometimes, it's nice to say that they should partner. It sounds sensible, but in practical terms, it often doesn't work. Academics want to do their own thing. Industry wants quick results. They want targets. They want timelines. And that never the twain shall meet. I do think that my big excitement about this topic today is that it's very different today from what it was a few years ago. And there is indeed room for very strong partnerships. And I think some of the people in this panel whose work I'm familiar with will already talk about that. So I'll try to stay away from the kind of stuff that Bits Pilani is doing or the kind of stuff Raj Nehru is doing, but really focus on my type of experience from this, because I think what they are doing is also remarkable. I've been involved in much more sort of pure play academic settings. And there I see tremendous value being created through partnerships with industry academia. So number one, we have worked very closely with industry at both ISB and Ashoka in setting up research centers. Earlier, these research centers used to be a bit forced, but I think today there's much more openness both on the part of industry as well as academics to make these work. And it's really because the research centers bring in financial resources and data and access to projects that help academics in their research work. And that again sounds like motherhood, because that's exactly what research centers and academic partnerships were supposed to do in the past, but it seems to work much better today. So for example, to give you a quick example, at Ashoka, we have an Emphasis Center for AI and Machine Learning. Now, Emphasis is the software development firm. They have large amounts of data that they're using. That data can be used by our researchers to draw insights and to develop algorithms. They don't have the wherewithal to do a lot of that deep research. Our computer scientists do. Our computer scientists are incentivized to publish in that area. They don't have access to data, so that they're getting data through Emphasis. And so the whole ecosystem now seems to work quite nicely, both in terms of timing and, is the research ahead of the reality and where industry is and so on. So it seems to all come together rather nicely. And I'm seeing examples of that, and I can talk about more, but that's just one example. I think this whole field of data science, because industry has the data, academia has the tools and the researchers and the expertise, and the university setting has also got lots of students who can work on analyzing this data. So I think that ecosystem is a new opportunity for all of us to really go after. The second that I'm finding very interesting is, and part of this is also being driven by what's happening with online education and the ability for us to very quickly pull together faculty and programs in this virtual classroom format. At Ashoka, for example, we are running a course called How to Change a Life. Now, this course actually doesn't run in the physical classroom at Ashoka. And it is actually taught by practitioners and academics who are much more involved in research and practical on-the-ground projects. And this need for this project has come from this program has come from industry who would like to apply behavior science concepts to work that they are doing with customers. Right? And behavior science and cognitive science and behavioral economics is a completely new field. Now, we have academics who have access to that. The course is designed in a very practical manner for having utility for working executives and professionals, both in the for-profit and non-profit sectors. And again, if these two had not come together, such a course would not be formulated. And we were very quickly able to put the course together without having to hire faculty and create space on campus and have people travel to our North Delhi campus to really say, hey, we can do this online. So the incredible thing is that within a space of 6 months, we've created this program for which 75 people have signed up, and they pay 1 lakh plus GST to do this program. And it's not about the price, but I just want you to understand that this wouldn't have happened if this collaboration didn't happen. So I think Professor Saxena and others also mentioned this idea that you can actually now create programs in collaboration with industry. That again was a thing we used to discuss in the past, but I'm seeing it happen in real time. And online technologies have definitely helped in that area. The last point I will make, so one was the sort of the research center example. The second was the more program and teaching example. And the third one to me is just the education in terms of supplementing classroom education. We've all been talking about project-based learning and experiential learning and all of these wonderful ideas. But I think the key that has happened there is the addition of mentoring into that equation. Notionally, it's great to say, oh, industry will give you projects and you'll work on it. And your students will work on it and they'll come up with something useful for the industry and we'll all be happy and it'll be win-win. But that in the past has not worked that smoothly. It's not taken off as much as we thought it would. But now I think what's happening is that people from the industry are saying, hey, I will actually get involved in that project. I'll be willing to come to campus. I'll be willing to give time to mentor that team from the university that will be working on that project. It won't just be an internship, which some people are working on something and marking attendance and writing a report. But now I'll actually be guiding those kids in terms of not just my project, but also in terms of their careers, in terms of their, professional journeys. What should they study? What should they get involved in? What subjects are going to be important for them? That additional element of almost volunteering by industry professionals, in addition to just offering a project, I think is the secret sauce of making these types of projects work. And I've seen a lot of success and been very encouraged by that. So Dr. Saxena, those are my 3 quick points. And I wanted to share some tangible examples rather than talk in generalities of what I seem to be working. What I seem to be working. And I think it's very heartening to see these examples because I myself was a bit of a skeptic, having sat in these panels and these committees for the last few decades. Back to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sinha. You have been, as usual, you have been so very crisp and coming out with the examples where you have been a part of it and where you have brought about this kind of change. And that's where I think it really tells us the big story of how, industry or how, let us say, the change can be brought about when you yourself have done it. And as I was listening to you, Dr. Sinha, I was looking behind on my experience and the NMIMS story. And it was almost everywhere that I was seeing that we would have done something like there, we would have done something like there, we would have done. But perhaps we haven't been able to measure, the kind of impact that we could make. But nonetheless, I think the most important had been the only impact was the kind of acceptance by the industry of our graduates. Even when we started with a 6-year engineering program straight out of 10th standard, they could come and do the first 1 year or so for their +2 kind of a thing, and then move over straight away into an engineering program. But the last 6th year was completely an apprenticeship, 1 full year in the industry itself. The second thing was the industry collaborated programs in the area of artificial intelligence, automation, machine learning, etc., at an engineering school, or let us say in the CB, or let's say the BSc collaborated the trading kind of an online trading kind of a incubation center that we had really set about the AIC incubation that was there. So thank you very much. You really set the ball rolling for a lot of things that we'll come back to you. Shirang, let me come to you, Mr. Shirang. And you have been in industry. I know that you people in ICICI Bank have been playing a very significant role, and you have been partnering with the academic institutions, starting with Manipal and going all over the place, including in Mumbai, and some of the tier 2 and tier 3 cities itself. We'd like to hear from you, but before I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, let me just briefly tell you about Mr. T.K. Sriram, who's the Group Chief Human Resource Officer of ICICI Bank. He is a member of the Research Advisory Council of IIT Bombay Monash Research Academy, which is again another example of, a tripartite kind of a relationship that emerges between industry, a global university, and an Indian institution. He's a member of the IMD Switzerland's Executive Education Advisory Council and member of the Society of the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He's also on the governing board of the International Institute of Information Technology, Bangalore. He has an MBA degree in personnel management and industrial relations and bachelor's in industrial engineering. He's been with the bank now for over 2 decades itself. So Sriram, we'd like to hear from you about what your take on what Dr. Sinha said about it from the perspective of, picking up those kinds of pillars that he said in terms of the industry collaborative program, and in terms of looking at it also from the perspective of industry joining with the academia for the purposes of setting up some of the incubation centers or mentorship programs in some of those areas. Sriram.
Awesome. First of all, Professor Saxena, thank you so much for, and Vicky for having me as part of the panel. Again, a very, very interesting topic, and I echo what Mr. Pramath mentioned. An interesting topic, but has been discussed for many years now. And I've personally been part of so many such panel discussions where this topic has been discussed threadbare. So just to come back to, the questions which I thought we should table, I think we broadly can look at this whole partnership solving 2 broad objectives. Objective number 1, which is more from the industry perspective, which is more commercial, which is more short term, is the whole skilling challenge that often we all struggle with, and that's one of the areas where we have certainly intervened and we have created our own supply line, and I will certainly share a bit more on our journey there. That I think is a large area, and I would like to believe that I think we've made reasonable progress in India when it comes to skilling related work, which is currently underway. I'm sure I can at least look at 3 large, I would say, ecosystems. The first ecosystem being ITITS, wherein in the late 80s to early 90s to up to 2000, I think they've really gone about leveraging NIIT kind of platforms and really build a large supply of IT professionals to really fuel the whole demand for that sector. The second sector which comes to my mind is telecom, right? I'm sure the boom we've seen in telecom, and if you look at 90s, you would probably have telecom professionals in maybe thousands, and today we have of lakhs of professionals who probably can qualify themselves to be telecom professionals, and probably one of the largest supply of IT and telecom professionals even to the world. Third is banking and financial services. Cut to the 90s, where we had largely the PSU banks who probably would have employed about 7-8 lakh employees who would have been qualified as bankers, and to now, where if you had NBFCs, we have 35-40 lakhs direct, and could be indirect, could be even much more. So how did all this happen? So obviously industry and academia have got together and have fixed this problem. One may say that we could have fixed it better, but nevertheless, I think it's got fixed. So to me, the objective of skilling, I think, is a large problem to be solved. And if I were to go back to ICICI Bank, in the early 2000s, when we were in the process of really scaling up, and any services sector and certainly banks, I think the fundamental raw material which really differentiates us in the marketplace is our people, right, and the skills. So the experience of ICICI Bank, we don't have a tangible product like a car or a phone through which people interface with us. We, our experiences, like my interface with the 6, very senior people from the industry and the academia, is going to be the experience of ICICI I'm going to create. So to me, for us, people, selection and the quality of people we have is fundamental to our brand. And how did we really go about it? So, I would we take to 2006, Professor Saxena, and when we really were wanting to scale, and that time we were wanting to hire close to about 8,000 professionals in the banking sector. We were wanting to scale up our branch network in a big manner. And obviously, I mean, people's resourcing could have become a constraint in our growth. And hence we figured out that what were the supply lines for us. We could either go to public sector banks and hire from there, but not all of them would obviously want to shift to private sector. There were challenges of salary structures, etc. Even the business model that we were trying to follow would have been very different from what a PSU bank would have followed at that point of time, with a lot of respect to the skills and maturity that they would bring on table. So we had to look around, and we did talk to about 50 odd or even more than that large universities across the country, requesting them if they could really customize a program for us, because there was no specific program that really taught banking at that point of time. I'm sure the last 10 years there are very specific programs on banking, but then there used to be commerce and BA and BSc and the generic programs, but no one really taught banking. So when we approached them, and to our surprise, and we thought that would be something that could really work with, to our surprise, we found that there was a lot of rigidity amongst the universities to really customize and change their program to really meet our requirements. And often the refrain was, and we went to, we held a conference, we shipped all of them to Singapore. We had many consultants, we had requested very senior consultants from McKinsey at that point of time to come and share what's happening around the world. But at the end of the program, the refrain was that, we are in the business of education. We are not here to really, look at what your vocational skills may be. And hence, we would not want to tinker with the curriculum. It was as rigid as that. So we actually were forced, in some sense, to think out of the box then, to go on to really look at partnerships with universities like Manipal and others who were happy to come forward and create a separate platform to really build vocational skills. So I would say that, and today, almost every bank in the country and financial services in the country, organization has built the supply line. And I can tell you for sure that 70-80% of my supply today comes from these kind of tie-ups that we've had. So I think this is an area where we have tie-ups across a range of institutions supplying a range of employees to us. We still also source from many engineering colleges and MBA colleges, and I must say that there's been a significant change in the way they've approached education, and full credit to the academia. But having said it, even today, a lot of our hiring is largely to get good raw material into the bank. Often people ask me, and with all respect to all the training and curriculum that the academia have, when we go to some institutions, what do we look for? We look for good raw material. Because otherwise, companies will not be required to set up their internal induction program, as we call it, to really create bridge programs, to really skill them again, to get them on board. So even today, when I hire, let's say 300 engineers, and engineering hiring has become a big source of hiring for banks also now, I have to create a bridge program where I have to kind of re-skill them in some form for the next couple of months before I get them onto the program. Now, is that really required? Why is it required? I think it's a big question that we still need to ask the so-called traditional colleges and universities. And I'm sure they're working hard towards it, but I think that's an area that I would believe certainly can be improved upon much more. So to me, that is one large aspect. And I think, and the tie-up we've had with you when you're heading NM Narsim Monji, Professor Saxena, I think was a brilliant program, right? And to me, that's another segment that's really building up. To me, there's a segment which is entry-level skilling, which I think is a large area, large investments coming in, vocationalizing and getting them to be, and that needs online internship models, integrated internship models. And I'm sure new education policy in some sense is giving more fillip to it. Can people take a break after the second year, third year, take a 1 year break, do an internship with the institution, come back and pursue education? I think all those flexibilities have to be made available for us to really make sure that that large workforce is deployable in commercial or other organization industry, on day one. Now, the second, I think, important intervention, which I'm just building as I think of NM intervention, Professor Saxena, is and I think reskilling will become almost integral to any corporation, because it's not going to be possible that you're going to skill your employees. And in the past, and I'm sure this is not something that I'm going to really give a new thought, but business models were more or less steady, if not for 10, 15 years, and then they were changed. So people could essentially pass out of MBA colleges, engineering colleges, and not have to reinvest in themselves for almost to the end of the career, and could have managed without it. But I'm not so sure in the years of in the next a decade or two, you can really do that. You have to really go back and I see the only profession where I think it happens genuinely is the doctors, where they have to really reskill themselves every year or every second year with the changes in technology. I think it will happen and impact everyone industry. And hence, in executive education, where the tie-up we had with NM, where people spend 3-4 years with the bank, go back to university, reskill themselves for a year, and come back into the institution. That I think is also another segment which I think increasingly will need to really build, and that's where I think the academia and the industry can really work together to really further that reskilling part of it. The third ecosystem, which is a little more long-term, and there's a bit of a mismatch between how the industry look at it and how the academia want to look at it, is research. Research is a little more long-term. It is about creating knowledge and learning and tools for maybe 5 years later or 6 years later. Whereas industry often, as Pramath also kind of alluded to it, is a little more short-term. Like we're looking for solving a problem probably in the next 12 to 14, 24 months. Research, I think, is an area where I personally believe, I think there's a lot of work that can be done. I think some good work, and I heard the work that Ashoka is doing. I'm sure some of the IITs have started doing it. Some of the top tier institutions are doing it. But I think that's one area which I think I would believe, India certainly needs to really scale up because, and I probably link it up to some structural issues. Because the question for me is, a lot of this work in research is going to happen at various intersections of medicine, technology, and intersections of, as someone mentioned, AI, ML, fintech. There are a lot of banking, finance. So there are a lot of intersections that are going to happen. Now, are our curriculum really geared to provide these kind of intersections, because other than Ashoka, Korea, and few other universities I've heard, even in the undergraduate program, the rigidity we have in the kind of programs that we put our students through, like can a student take a major in history and a minor in music, or a major in computer science and a minor in music? So I'm saying those intersections certainly are areas where research and new thought is really going to come up. And our academic programs probably, they have moved a bit. I'm not saying they're not, but I think they're still rigid to not allow these kind of intersections to really, flourish. Research, I think, is an area, and I really don't have an answer there, but I have more questions. Because today, when I go and talk to a lot of my sons, classmates who are studying in North America, Canada, US, wherever, at least I out of 30, 40 students I interact with, 10, 15 of them do express desire to pursue a PhD and get into the academic world. There is a desire in them. Now, how many of them convert, I really don't know, but I'm assuming 50% of that will convert. So that's a good number. But when I talk to the ecosystem in India, I rarely find graduates, right, even talking about pursuing a PhD or pursuing academic, career. Now, I don't have an answer. I think some of it is also structural, right? And I know it's a very difficult argument I have, but I fundamentally believe that the academic world has to really scale up, and I don't have an answer to as yet, but has to scale up certainly in terms of attractiveness to really attract young, high quality talent who choose academia as and Professor, I'm sure when you started your career, all of you got in because of the passion to really get into academia and really teach and share and really create content and create knowledge. I'm not so sure whether that supply line today is really rich or is it really drying up. And that could also involve certain structural changes in the way academic institutions even reward and recognize their current faculty members. So to me, that's a very big, I would say, question, challenge, and that needs far more intervention, both by the industry, by creating, with giving more corpus to universities, to creating more chairs, and really creating an ecosystem where there is a free flow of people between the academic institutions and industry. Today, I'm not so sure. I've heard of at least examples in the West where someone who's a professor in, or even take Professor Raghuram Rajan, who's a professor in University of Chicago, takes a sabbatical, comes to India, does a executive job as a governor of RBI, can go back as a faculty member. So there's a whole lot of work that people do by taking a sabbatical, going to industry, or vice versa, industry guy coming to academia. In India, I have rarely found such examples happening, and that free flow will happen when structurally, I think both these ecosystems can really work with each other, and people can go in and come out seamlessly. To me, that's an area of focus. I really don't have an answer to it, but I do have some ideas, but I'm not so sure that how practical they are. But certainly, I think that's an area where I believe there's a whole lot of work and scale that we can build. And industry, I think, increasingly would be also interested to invest in that space and partner with academic institutions, as long as there is significant return or outcome that industry starts seeing. So I think that's an area which is nascent, but I think we can really work on that space. These are my initial thoughts on that.
Thank you very much, Srirang, and for laying out some interesting areas, particularly from the point of view of industry, academia partnership, things like, for example, the entry-level training, which is really required today in most of the industry, and particularly in the areas where we are talking about intersection of technology and management, and even the interpersonal relations, and that's where some of the initiatives that are there. And you particularly made a very interesting point that faculty was resistant to the whole, or the directors were resistant to the whole idea of customizing the program to ICICI Bank's requirement at Singapore, where I was also a part of that, and trying to tell you that, look, customization may not work, but let us look at it, what exactly the industry per se wants, and then see how we can really bring it in. And then that's where a whole lot of a change really come. But certainly you have played, ICICI Bank has played a very major role in terms of even training the faculty for in the areas like treasury, or for that matter, let us say in the area of some of the banking fundamentals itself, which have helped the faculty, particularly in the management schools, in a very big way. Banking technology, for example, was a very, very, very major area. And I remember, that we talked about it extensively in some of those kind of interfaces. So thank you very much, Srirang, and we will take it up, some of those issues together. Let me move towards somebody who has been right at the forefront of bringing about the industry, or taking the graduates or students to the industry, and on a continuing basis, and how industry could be brought into the academia. And which is where I have Rajiv Tandon, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Work Integrated Learning Program of BITS Pilani. A lot has been written about it, a lot has been talked about it. As I said, it's a program which is a model program for the engineering institution in particular, and not just now say only for, especially for the engineering institution, but I think it is one program that can really cut across other disciplines too. Mr. Tandon has been in the industry, and he has worked in verticals like IT and ITES, automotive, manufacturing, engineering, metals and mining, pharmaceuticals, and healthcare. And he now leads the WILP division of BITS Pilani, where he's working with 30,000 plus working professionals on roles and pursuing a range of sector-specific degree programs. Mr. Tandon, you have another about 6 to 7 minutes to really talk about the program and your own experience of building up these relations.
So thank you so much, Professor Saxena. Thanks so much also for appreciating, the work BITS Pilani is doing under work integrated learning programs. I don't really go too much to panel discussions, so I perhaps from that angle would be most inexperienced, among all the panelists which are present here. But the reason I think both FICCI as well as my Vice Chancellor pushed me into this meeting is because for the last 6 or 7 years, my job primarily has been around getting practitioners and professors to come under the same room and design solutions together. So what I was told is, you have really seen it on ground, and perhaps, a far more closer picture to what happens when the industry academia, with all good intentions, try to interact and collaborate, what is it that works and what is it that does not work? And so I think that is what I will try and share with you. You absolutely right. BITS Pilani works with not just one vertical, but almost 9 industry verticals. When we do work integrated learning programs, every vertical has nuances. As much as possible, the commonality as well as the differences, I'll also try and indicate those. When I was listening to Mr. Srirang, it was all very familiar to what I encounter when I go to the industry leaders and talk to them about collaborating on programs. Many of these points are very, very familiar. This whole skilling, reskilling, upskilling, the way I'm beginning to see is more like a circle of life or the chakra of life. People are born, they grow young and then they grow old, then they die. Depending on your beliefs, you will be born again. The only big difference is that this circle moves much, much faster. And, there was a time 4-5 years back, or, I used to envy the young, looking at the number of opportunities they have, with them to shape up their careers. But I would say, working with the industry now, I realize that envy has to be a little cautious, because, the amount of change tsunami, this generation, people who are entering the workforce as well as the people who are in the workforce in the early careers, mid careers, is far lesser than what I had to face, the prime of my career. So there's so much I see in terms of both complexity of skills and the shelf life of skills, which has changed in a big way. In terms of verticals, what I'm seeing is that this problem is very highly pronounced as far as IT vertical goes. When I meet them, it almost seems, that they say that their hunger for skills is like a famine of skills, because the hunger is far more than what's available. The industry talk almost in military terms. I hear things like, talent wars, battle for skills. We want legions of, machine learning experts. So this is the language with which the IT industry today is speaking, and is expressing that they want a lot of skilling, upskilling, reskilling to really survive and thrive in the business they are in. My own guess is what is true for the IT industry today would very soon proliferate in other verticals big time. Because if you notice, a lot of IT industries are doing, I would say digital transformation projects for other industry verticals. So by the time, there is more development, more design, more deployment of these projects in other industry verticals, it will also start making, fast changing, changes when it comes to skill requirements and reskilling requirements, even in those verticals. So it's very, very pronounced. IT today, but many other verticals tomorrow. And my own sense is, caught in this whirlwind are, people who are most dear to both the institutions as well as the industry. Institutions love their students, they love their alumni. Good employers love their employees. So the people who are really caught in this, and I think this is enough reason to catalyze, the whole industry, academia, engagement, partnership, to see that, this problem or this new phenomena of skilling, reskilling, upskilling is addressed, very, very strongly. I believe, there are 3 things, which especially I have encountered, when kind of drafting or, working together with both the academics as well as the industry people, creating solutions. One I feel is, I think Mr. Sinha also alluded to it, there's this huge need for also fostering a culture of collaboration. Sometimes it seems to be in an abstract zone, because culture is not immediately understood what needs to be done there. But what I've witnessed is, rooms where very well-intended academics, professors, and practitioners meet. But, as a neutral observer there, helping, mentoring, those discussions, what I sense is almost like, culturally, there is a yawning gap that you see. You'll see, it's like soldiers trying to collaborate with sculptors. Each has a very different priority, different worldview. they are talking in languages which are very difficult for both the sides to understand. And what it does is, this whole idea of not understanding each other and not having the culture means also that the effectiveness of, what can be created when when there is a common culture of collaboration. That is something, I feel needs a lot of working on. Second is, what I found is what we today call sometimes as industry academia collaboration, sometimes very light and tactical engagements are termed as, industry academia collaboration happening. If a talent acquisition team engages regularly with the placement office, and if we feel that that's what industry academia engagement is, we'll be far away from what's really needed. When there is a invite a professor gets from an L&D team saying, here is a topic I want you to conduct a webinar on. If that is industry academia engagement, we are again very, very far away from, what's really needed. So I think while at BITS to a certain extent, we have done this, but this whole, solution that we require to the skilling, upskilling, reskilling requirement in terms of getting the workplace inside the classroom of a college and getting a classroom inside a organization so that there is a whole reskilling, upskilling also continuously go on, require very, very different models. And unless we really rethink and define those models, work integrated learning programs is certainly one such model. And I know a lot of academia, government, industry people have admired that model. But at BITS, we feel we must have divine discontent around it, because there is so much more that we can do even within that model to work with the industry and create solutions which are lifelong learning solutions. So that's so creation of those models, which are very serious models, not tactical models, very strategic models, are required to address this particular issue. And third, I think in my own experience, because while we work with a lot of companies and a lot of industries, but all relationships are not equal. And I'll tell you what are the characteristics, where when the academia, the institution and a company, kind of deepens the collaboration is at two levels. One, from both the sides, every time a collaboration is happening, there is a unity of purpose, which is very well defined. It is sometimes I've seen that since both organizations might have different objectives, the company might come and say, they want to attract the best people and retain the best people, use terminology like, ring fence their best talent, or ensuring that, they are facing a pipeline of a projects in a certain area, and they want, people to be trained, or there is a distributed education model that they want. So they express these terms, these needs very, very clearly. Similarly, on the academic side, there is this whole need of ensuring academic excellence. There is this whole need of ensuring that there is meaningful rigor, which is created in the programs, as well as the whole experience which the learner is getting, ensuring that the immediate need of the industry is being met. At the same time, the learner is also learning something which will be relevant for life. Now, I've seen wherever the leadership at both the sides can get together and create this unity of purpose, magic happens. And some of those collaborations, they will grow, they'll scale, and as I normally say, they move from nice to do to must do. And because there are relationships, because I think both the industry and academia is conscious that they need to collaborate. So you see these light collaborations, people continue to do that because it is nice to say that you're doing it. But the moment there is unity of purpose, where business needs of an organizations and the academic goals which an institution has, a balance is achieved, the chances of success, chances of growth of the relation, goes multifold. So this is, out of my experience at this stage, Mr. Saxena, I would like to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tandon. Can we move to Dr. Raj Nehru? Dr. Nehru is the youngest Vice Chancellor in the country. And he's as I said, he has a background in army. In the army, he's worked in industry, and now, of course, is heading the Shri Vishwakarma Skills University in Haryana. Over to you, Professor Nehru. We'll take about 6 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Raj Nehru. And also, it's a pleasure to listen to very wonderful and very interesting and very insightful brief conversation from the other panel speakers. I think most of them have covered a lot about this skilling, reskilling, and upskilling. I would like to add further to what has already been stated. See, we were talking about so far about the organized sector, which is just 7-8% of the total workforce that we are today talking about. But in India, we have a large workforce today, which is in the unorganized informal sector. And this is one of the largest employment providing sector in the country. And this sector has a tremendous potential, which has not been rightly taken up. And this sector also has to be considered when we are talking about skilling, reskilling, and upskilling of resources. So I want to start with this, that this is something that we have been forgetting for in most of our discussions. And this sector has got phenomenal potential and opportunity. And this sector has also got a phenomenal opportunity where technology can be integrated and their livelihood opportunities and sustainable livelihood opportunities can be improved. Besides this, when it comes to industry and academia, I think one part that I strongly feel when you said skilling, reskilling, upskilling, I think one important thing that I most of the times feel is the cross-skilling. And why I say cross-skilling, because I heard one of our speakers talking about the shelf life of skills is shortening, and that's true. And with that, most of the businesses are continuously under tremendous pressure. The linear business models between headcount and revenue that we used to enjoy earlier are slowly moving to a non-linear business models between headcount and revenue, where the headcount doesn't grow at the same rate at which the business is growing. So there's a tremendous pressure on the quality of resources that are being engaged by the organization. There are many ramp downs that happen in the business. And because ramp downs happen, most of the companies expect that wherever the ramp up is happening, the existing resources are employable. And that requires a lot of cross-skilling, not upskilling in most of the cases, because the new businesses may be in the new domains or new sectors and the new skill sets may be required. So that cross-skilling is very crucial for the business. Now, when I say cross-skilling, one of the major responsibility on educational institutions is today that how do we design and develop our curriculum, program, syllabus that has incorporated the fundamental principle of lifelong learning. Now, this lifelong learning is about, as individual at any point of his, any inflection point of his career, life cycle of employment, he very easily can cross over to any side, and that ability has been developed in an individual. So that aspect is today missing when we look at our current programs that institutions today are offering. I remember when I was in IBM for many years, we used to, most of us we have a huge HR organization supporting the business functions. But IBM did a very big ramp down of the entire HR organization, and we created a new vertical called HR Business Partner. And where we had 5 HR partners for one business, it actually got reduced to 1 HR business partner. And what happened, this line and staff function started getting integrated into the operations, and most of the HR functions were actually supposed to be done by the business people, and leaving the HR person with more consultative role. This is something which the educational institutions have to understand, that the kind of challenges that the business would be experiencing in its business life cycle, how can the academia predict such things? And that prediction can only happen when they get up and they create that consultative approach and work with the industry and anticipate the current and future and the emerging requirements of the business, and then come back and rework on that and integrate. While we are talking about the practitioner, sometimes I feel a faculty has to herself or himself be a practitioner as well. We don't most of the times require them to have the liberty of integrating the practitioners from the industry. While that's a very good model today, where we are getting practitioners from outside and making them part of the academia. But my personal view is our own academia people who have chosen to be in the field of academia, they themselves have to develop themselves to that level that they are able to embrace both the situations, where they are able to understand that unity of purpose from industry point, from the market point, and also manage that academic excellence. Now that all depends on their ability to work with the industry, understand their requirement, ability to influence them, ability to integrate their requirements into the work that they are doing. We have a Maruti as an organization. Our university is right now working with almost 100 companies on different programs, and the model we have adopted is that students have an alternate semester in the industry where they work inside the industry. So for example, if we have a 3-year degree program, so alternate semester students work with the industry. Now in that case, students have to actually work on the job for this very real-time work that they have to do. And while they are on the job and doing the real-time work, there's a tremendous pressure on them to actually behave like an employee themselves and achieve those targets that have been kept into their OJT, during their OJT, because the industry also pays them during that OJT. Now, which actually puts a lot of pressure on the academia, that they have to actually remodel their entire semester in such a way that the students have actually performed some of those activities which they will have to perform when they are inside the industry, and they become better productive resources for them. So there's a lot that is required for the faculties today, and the challenge, especially in the government institutions and in the larger institutions, is that the kind of faculty today that we get, they also come from a conventional background and conventional model of teaching and learning that they have done. So until and unless this entire process enriches and we get more good quality of people with time, the challenge on the institutions is to develop a model where these faculties are put through a consistent or a relentless process through which they can be upskilled, and their upskilling is to that level where they are able to address the requirements of the industry. The another challenge in the government is, while in the private sector, we don't have that challenge because we have an upfront funding for various projects. In the government sector, your larger dependence is on the government funding. In our institution, what targets we have kept is how do we get outside that government funding model and we become a self-sustaining, because if we have to maintain the autonomous characteristic of an institution, we have to get into a self-sufficiency mode. The challenge with the government institution largely is there are students who come to join these government institutions largely come from a very poor family background. They are not from a very high academic caliber. So they finally want to land up into the government institutions. Now, on the other side, the quality of resources, teaching and the faculty and other resources are not extremely great. So the challenge is, how do we churn through this entire process a good quality output that can be made available to the institution as a productive resource? So I think all these aspects require a lot of focus at the school level, at the higher education level, in terms of how students can be developed, how faculty has to be upskilled, and how they have to be upskilled working with the industry to understand their requirements. And at the end, the industry also has to understand, because I heard academic excellence sometimes is not the priority of most of the industry people, because they are under tremendous pressure and they always want everything within the shortest possible timelines. And that puts the pressure on the academic people, and sometimes that understanding of giving everything quickly breaks the excellence part, and sometimes the faculties move very fast and do not adhere to the quality. I think it's where the industry also has to understand that aspect, and I think all that comes together to make sure that we are able to skill, reskill, and upskill not only the youngsters, but also the other stakeholders, including faculties and industry partners, to make sure that what we want to achieve, the unity of purpose, is achieved. The statement that has been made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Nehru. I very well pointed out in terms of the kind of challenges that exist today in terms of developing the skills, and particularly your program, which is the alternate semester being in the industry, is indeed one of those wonderful kind of an experiments. So we'll talk about it. This is yet another kind of a model of how can we really bring about a skill-based education. Dr. Amit Andre, thank you for waiting a little, but I really wanted to bring you in because you are working in a space which is good, which really encompasses almost everything that we have been talking about. And also in industry, you really are right where you are able to integrate many, many things, the functional area in which you are there. Dr. Amit Andre is a transformation expert, the digital transformation expert. He's the CEO of the Data Tech Lab, and his expertise lies in the area of artificial intelligence and data science, the reference to which was made by Dr. Sinha right in the beginning. And that's where I think, as being the last speaker right now in this panel discussion, I thought that this would be just wonderful for us to know from a technology perspective the kind of gaps that what firms like yours or technology firms like yours can really do in terms of building up a better graduate pipeline, a skilled graduate pipeline.
Thank you, Mr. Ranjan. It's a pleasure to be here with all the eminent people, experienced. Thank you, FICCI, for this opportunity. And I've been hearing the perspectives of every university or education institutes as well as individual on what betterment can be done in terms of skilling people, and that's really commendable that in India as a country we are taking these initiatives pan-India, traveling across multiple countries, probably 87 odd countries as of now, working and coaching on different digital transformation and skilling initiatives. Yes, from the volume perspective, India is the best place to have these initiatives in place and backed up by government and institutions like this. Having said that, as Mr. Raj Nehru rightly said, we talk about skilling, upskilling, and reskilling. But these days, every corporate, every enterprise is focusing more towards cross-skilling, which is the fourth element. Now, we also need to understand that, yes, technology is a very important part. Having said that, for an organization, for a company, for an institute, it is very important to look forward from the perspective of what industry needs. Certainly, putting our shoes aside from, yes, they need manpower, but in addition to the manpower, they also need to understand, or probably we need to evaluate ourselves on what are the more or crux of an industry, irrespective of whether it's IT or it's manufacturing, it's banking and finance. All the industries revolve around three important aspects. One, certainly is the people. Second is the processes they adapt. And third, certainly is the technology these days. So while we talk about industry and academia relationships, uh, in, in addition to the strategizing piece, which all of us are talking about, I would like to talk a bit more about implementation piece, because when we plan to implement at the ground level with the help of professors, instructors, managers, executives, in both these segments, there are endless challenges or mindsets which we need to deal through. And if the end objective or end goal is not transparently shared or adopted within the stakeholders, there will always be a challenge. So when we talk about technology these days, yes, digital transformation is known, data science is required, artificial intelligence, everybody is talking about it. Having said that, the adaptability of artificial intelligence, what exactly is artificial intelligence? Forget about the advanced knowledge and implementation of what is required. Like we can speak about multiple companies naming large giants like IBM, Infosys, Microsoft, and all of them. Having said that, is it really practically acceptable that, or probably we will have to answer this question ourselves, that when we speak about the people going through a engineering program or a skills program of 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, is industry ready to accept and implement them into a real-time project immediately without having the transformational experience? Having said that, the percentage is very low in that case. And the reason, fundamental reason for this is, like, I think I heard Mr. Pramath, Mr. Srirang also saying that while we speak about industry academia relationship, the industry people will come, will talk about projects, we'll talk about theses, we'll talk about case studies and implementations and whatnot. Having said that, as a student, if I evaluate it as a student, I really don't know where I'm going to get the job while I'm doing the course at this moment. Let's say, and with that mindset, if a particular industry focuses and explains me about a domain, let's say manufacturing, that limits my knowledge and exposure to manufacturing. At the same time, let me give you an example here. If we speak about Python as a language, now Python as a language is gaining a lot of momentum in the industry. Having said that, everybody today can learn Python from the university, from the industry, from the social media, YouTube, Google, all the sources available. Having said that, the challenge which a person faces is when the question comes of implementing it. Now, implementation of Python in a banking industry projects is completely different from a manufacturing projects or from a retail projects. It has different derivatives, different perspectives to it. And this is not only about Python, this is about any, we talk about people, process, and technology. These three verticals, because today a candidate, when it is going through the entire journey of a degree program or a postgraduate degree program, he has to be equipped with all three aspects. We don't, today, every industry is not looking for an engineer only as a coder. He is, or industry is looking for a package who can at least be smart to adapt and take decisions based on the data or analysis which they have. So while we speak about industry academia relationships, what we have been managed to do it successfully in Singapore, in Middle East, in United States, is fundamentally create a specific 360-degree exposure, not about what is the technology, what is the industry, or how it is to be used, but why and when it should be applied. So while imparting the knowledge, why and when will create a major difference, not only in terms of understanding the technology, but also having the exposure on how it should be thought of. Now, this is not, again, I'm reiterating this is not only about the technology as such, it could be around all the skills around which are required for the industry. So while we speak on industry academia relationships, we should focus on few important aspects, I would say the important best practices when we plan the industry, university, or academia collaboration. Because based on the observations, we first, as I said, we need to define the project strategic context. With these contexts, it will be very important for every person who is involved in executing this project, not only the signing of the project or signing of an MOU, but also executing it and defining the correct results and outcomes and work on the correction or corrective matters dynamically during the process of execution. It is very important that individual is aware of the strategic context of why it is being adopted, what are the core expectations from management of a college or university, from industry, and why they are doing it. While we specify this first outcome, the second best practice would be defining the correct boundaries. Boundary spanning of every individual is an important aspect. Otherwise, while we define the relationships, it always, in India, we have been seeing that everybody speaks about placements, jobs, during the curriculum, during the course degree programs. Now it is more beyond, it is much beyond the jobs these days. It is beyond the jobs, it is beyond the placements, but it is more of the available data, available opportunities, and capitalizing those opportunities based on the data which is available. And these are few of the important practices. In addition to this, I would also like to add a domain where knowledge exchange path of different domains can also be important when we speak about research teams coming into the picture. I think Mr. Praveen Tandon spoke about the research, Rajiv Tandon, sorry, I'm extremely sorry. We spoke about research and the industry collaborations in segments. So what basically happens here is when the research teams are working, when the industry teams are working in the same room, we will also have to identify the step-by-step activity-based approach which defines or gives the exposure irrespective of what is the background of the candidate. Let's say, as Mr. Srirang said, from the banking and finance, I'm talking to an MBA finance student who knows or who is interested into treasuries or share market and different financial terminologies. Having said that, MBA students probably have done BIT, engineering in terms of computers or technology, whereas now he is focusing on finance core concept. But then there has to be correct guideline and the path where these sort of people, can we have fintech exposed, and what are the research components we can define in terms of crypto or blockchain, which these kind of candidates will be able to adapt more and also give results to the industry more in a much better way than a vanilla candidates which are there in the. So customized approach in defining the learning journey is very important aspect when it comes to academia as well as industry, which will give results to both of them. So that's the fundamental way of identifying it and evaluating it from the perspective of industry when we talk about the implementation. Now, coming back to the data science and AI topics or streams which are working. When we let's say if I have to start a data science project, what basically do I need, or what basically do we need as an organization? One fundamental aspect we need to understand is a data science project fundamentally involves or revolves around three types of people. One certainly is engineers. Second is the statisticians. And third is the domain experts. I am, as a technology expert, cannot do anything unless and until I have a domain expert with me. Because domain expert, let's say in banking and finance, only will understand the data. As a digital transformation expert, I would be only accountable for the tools and slicing and dicing and using the products and families. But what is the outcome, whether it is correct or wrong, will be governed only by a domain expert, which could be banking or manufacturing, any segments. So when you plan to apply these projects on digital transformation, on artificial intelligence, on machine learning, on ML ops, on DevOps, all of these is not a technology driven projects. These certainly require accountable contribution from the domain expert, from the industry expert, and a statistician who come along with the technology and implement and make that successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abid Andre. It's wonderful listening to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are run out of time, and we have just another about a minute or so. I have received a question. I'll just take a question straight, which has come to me from one of the participants, Mr. Abid Ali Khan, for Professor Raj Nehru, where the question essentially is that the non-technical university students, especially coming from science, commerce, and arts background, at the UG or PG level, how can they be benefited in terms of employability? Can there be a bridge program which can help them to develop the skills or help them to reskill or upskill for these students who are completing the higher studies? That is, in other words, can there be a bridge program for non-technical universities? And Professor Nehru, you have a minute because we have to close this session. The organizers have sent me a message, and one of the panelists also sent me a message. Do you have a minute?
So I can only suggest within a minute time that students who are doing this BA, BSc, BCom, non-technical education, in case they want to enhance their employability, they must immediately look at the sector skill councils, respective sector skill councils. For example, we have management sector skill council, agriculture sector skill council, retail sector skill council, and many other sector skill councils which do not require a technical degree for undergoing a course. On the sector skill council websites, you will find various short-term programs ranging from 3 months to 6 months to 9 months, and these short-term programs are classified as qualification packs, and they are approved by the NCVET. So any student can go to the website and find out such courses that suit their appetite or that suit their interest, and pick that course and do that and do the certification. The second area that the graduates have is entrepreneurship. I think youngsters today from a non-technical background must explore the entrepreneurship courses, and then also identify certain ideas that they may be interested in case they have the appetite for entrepreneurship. That also is something that they can really work upon.
Thank you very much, Professor Nehru. We have completely run out of time. I'd like to thank all my esteemed panel with me. There were some questions that were there, but I think two big ideas that have today emerged from, if I were to put them over here, and these are not in any order, that if I were to put them in, one is in terms of the research and the research partnership with industry for research purposes, the industry's partnership with the academia, essentially for the same very reason, because both have their strengths, and if both have but bring that strengths together, I think there could be a significant amount of a new knowledge that can get generated, which could be of use to the industry as also to the academia. That's one big kind of a takeaway for me as let us say somebody who has been in education itself. The second big takeaway is in terms of how do we bring bringing the industry in education and education in the industry, particularly when we look at it from the point of view of, let's say, some development of the online programs. How can we really create that kind of a lifelong learning programs which can really help the executives to go up on a continuing basis on the skill ladder itself? And these could be through short-term certificate courses and also the long-run online kind of a programs that are there. That's a second big takeaway in this panel itself. And the third is in the area of cross-skilling, which was referred by Professor Nehru and also by Dr. Andre, where I think there is a need today to really look at it from the point of view of how can we really look at it more from a business itself, more from a business perspective, and how. And the last part of it is in terms of developing that kind of an entrepreneurship skills. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure having all of you over here. And I'm sure that the ideas that have come from this panel, from this esteemed panel, would be of use to you in your own institutions when you really go back to it. And certainly, it's an area where we need to be working more to re-strategize, to rework the model of industry-institute partnership. It is not something that is new. That's something which we haven't been doing it. Professional education has been doing it extensively, but now is the time for us to really identify the gaps, where exactly we should be doing and what exactly we should be doing to be able to bridge that kind of a gap. And there's a whole lot of a range that is available to us, be it in the area of program design, or it is in the area of experiential learning, or it is in the area of lifelong learning, or it is in the area of integrating the technology, the human resources, and the management skills, the execution skills, etc. How can we really do it? And then finally, it is how do we really build that kind of a research going beyond the placement and internships. That's where we look at it. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, my esteemed panel. It's been wonderful listening to each one of you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Rajesh.
Yeah. So I'll request all the participants who join in through Bike platform to remain logged in, because we'll quickly start off with our third session in another 2 minutes time. In fact, 3 minutes time. We'll start at 12:30 sharp. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, it's live now. We can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the panel session 2 of this 1.5 day conference that we're doing. Of course, the title of the session is Apprenticeship and Internship, Making It Meaningful. We've had 2 rounds of discussions, 2 sessions, of course, started off with inaugural, and then we had a very interesting, exciting session just a while back, which was on skilling, upskilling, reskilling. So what we've consciously done, for all the 5 sessions that we have for this 5 days, is that tried making this as diverse as we could potentially, to bring rich inputs, because skilling, and education and all of that is so intertwined and interlinked with all of it. So from that perspective, we tried to keep this as diverse as we could potentially do, to ensure that the right output to kind of comes through when we, do these discussions in various panels that we design. FICCI has, of course, been working a lot around this space, the Skill Development Committee, the Higher Education Committee. There has been a lot of intelligence Of course, there have been various other initiatives that we've been doing, which all of that is to kind of do to kind of enhance the internship and apprenticeship ecosystem in it. In fact, FICCI, as industry association body, we've been interfacing a lot with the regulatory bodies, AICTE and UGC, which has kind of, and we all of us know that they have so much focusing on embedding this whole piece into the teaching learning system. Of course, NEP that we all talk about has come up in a big way. So we've kind of tried putting this and taking this up as one of the critical areas to ensure that the quality augmentation and quality enhancement of higher education takes place in real sense, in fact. So of course, Professor B.B. Ahuja, College of Engineering, Pune, there's so much that they've done around this space, amazing models, success stories that he would share as we open up with our panel session, of course. And we have L&T, EduConnect, which has kind of so much done around this space of skilling and apprenticeship. And Abhishek, has been, I would say, doyen in this space of apprenticeship, has looked up into apprenticeship in a big way and have trained, thousands of apprentices and taken up through his organization that he's running. And of course, Tech Mahindra Foundation is something that has done incredible. And they've come up quite a few programs that they would want to talk about. And I'm sure Mr. Sudhir Babu, as he discusses, will share a lot of that with the panel. And of course, Dr. Raman, has been an integral part of FICCI, I would say, because there are a lot of other initiatives that we've done, which he's kind of taken up, and a lot of capacity building program and all of that. So he's the one who's going to moderate the entire piece, and then take the session to a logical end at 1:30. So over to you, Dr. Raman.
Thank you, Rajesh, for giving this opportunity to me. Thanks, Vicky, for inviting me to be a part of this session and also moderate. Let me first welcome the panelists who are there for this session on apprenticeship and internship, making it meaningful. That's the session theme, and we have panelists. I think the short intro has already been given by Rajesh. So let me give a short intro, a little longer, and invite them to be a part of this in no particular specific order. Professor B.B. Ahuja, Director, College of Engineering, Pune. Is the Director of College of Engineering, Pune, Professor, Department of Production Engineering and Industrial Management. Has, to his credit, about 130 technical papers in national and international journals. Research papers have been widely cited in technical papers and reference books. Has guided about 21 doctoral scholars and 89 postgraduate students, to his credit, in the establishment of CAD-CAM laboratory and indigenously developed FMS laboratory in the institute. He is currently developing a 3D printing lab, and is working on a major project in biomedical engineering and developing low-cost medical devices, implants, which is sponsored by Rajiv Gandhi Science and Technology Commission, Government of Maharashtra. He has worked on 2 major projects of DST and CSIR. His research has led to 14 patents being registered to his credit. He was appointed as the chairman of Board of Apprenticeship Training, Western Region, by Ministry of Human Resource Development for a period of 3 terms consecutively since 2007, and also the chairman of All India Board of Vocational Education, AICTE, New Delhi, from 2009 to 13. Let me cut it short. Professor Ahuja is a graduate in mechanical engineering with a postgraduate in mechanical engineering. His doctorate, he did his research in the area of hybrid bearing design for high-speed spindles at College of Engineering, Pune. He holds a master's in management science. So that's a short introduction about Professor Ahuja. Welcome to this panel discussion as a panel member.
Thank you, Doctor.
Next, thank you, sir. Next, let me introduce Ms. Febin. Ms. Febin is currently heading the College Connect business at L&T EduTech, the new academic initiative from L&T aimed at bridging industry-academia gap and upskilling to enhance employability. She is a civil engineer with postgraduate in structural engineering. She started her professional career with L&T as the first lady PGET, postgraduate engineer trainee, in the year 1994, and has been with L&T Construction Division for more than 25 years now. She began as a design engineer in Engineering Design and Research Center of L&T Construction, and is responsible for designing some of the prestigious projects of the company. She has been awarded with the Women Engineer 2008 from the Institution of Engineers Success Story Contest by L&T for the initiatives taken and delivering results in EDRC. She also won the prize for innovation steel design from INSDAG. And cutting it short, after 15 years of design, Febin moved into business unit in 2009 for spearheading defense construction business and rose to the head defense construction segment, again a first. Ms. Febin is a result-oriented leader with experience in various spheres of construction management and engineering, mentored more than 40 graduate and postgraduate trainees, driving the diversity and inclusion actions at L&T. She has also co-founded a startup engineering consulting firm. Welcome, Ms. Febin, for this panel discussion that we're going to have today on apprenticeship and internship, making it meaningful.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raman.
Yeah. Thank you. Next is Mr. Sudhir Babu, Program Director, Smart Center Program of Tech Mahindra Foundation. Mr. Sudhir Babu, as a skill development professional, he has deep understanding of skill development sector in India across various states. He is a qualified mechanical engineer from BITS Pilani and further pursued his MTech and MBA HR. He's having 25 years plus experience, in which 5 years in manufacturing industry and the rest is in skill development, vocational training and CSR implementation in various parts of India. His core expertise is to set up large skill development centers to national and international standards. He has traveled across Europe and various Asian countries to study their education and skill development systems. In his experience, he is involved in setting up large-scale development projects. Indo-German Institute of Advanced Technology, Visakhapatnam, and Vivekananda Institute of Vocational and Entrepreneurial Competence, Vadodara, and Karnataka German Technical Training Institute, Hubli, are a few to name. His last assignment with GIZ for 7 years, a German government organization working for sustainable development across the globe, includes technical support and setting up of project along with government and of Karnataka, namely Karnataka German Technical Training Institute at Hubli. His past 6 years, he's been working with Tech Mahindra Foundation in various capacities. At present, he's working as the Program Director, Employability, and responsible for Pan-India operations for skill development. Tech Mahindra Foundation runs flagship skill development programs called SMART, S-M-A-R-T, which is now among the largest CSR-led urban skill development program in India. Welcome, Mr. Sudhir Babu, for this interaction that we're going to have the panel discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Raman.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, Mr. Abhishek Pandit, Founder Director of EduVantage Private Limited. Mr. Abhishek Pandit is the Founder Director of EduVantage Private Limited, which is one of the top apprenticeship assessment and certification organizations in the country. Abhishek works for over 350 large and medium-sized organizations across the country, currently with more than 10,000 active apprentices who are actively working. Over the last 10 years, EduVantage has impacted the lives of over 1 lakh youth, providing them gainful employment. Welcome, Mr. Abhishek Pandit, for this panel. Yeah. Great. I think that was a short intro, in no particular order that I started. Similarly, I thought we will start this. At the start, I will possibly, ask specific viewpoints from each of the panel members who are here, and then we will go further. And after the views from the panel member, we can possibly add the views from other members who are there as well. So starting with Professor Ahuja. Sir, you are the Director of College of Engineering, Pune, one of the prestigious engineering colleges that is known in this country. You'll agree that pursuing apprenticeship and internship has been an integral part of the engineering curriculum. But it has changed its dimension and utility possibly during the COVID times, is what many people feel. So do you think it is? Yes. If so, how? And what are your views on its impact on the student learning? Over to you, Professor Ahuja.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Raman. Let my first word be a word of gratitude. I would like to thank Vicky and the organizers of this beautiful meet, giving us an opportunity to share our views on this platform. Coming to this question of how it has impacted the students of the engineering curriculum, I would want to make a mention that there are many firsts that College of Engineering Pune has given to this country. And among those many firsts is this Pune model of sandwich training, which started in 1970 at College of Engineering Pune, where students from handful of students, to be precise, 20 students from mechanical engineering stream, 20 from electrical, 20 from metallurgy. These students would spend 1 year in the industry out of the 4-year curriculum. So this was the first sandwich model which was proposed in the country. And the Apprenticeship Act, subsequently, which came into existence with modifications thereafter, made this sandwich training inclusive of the Apprenticeship Act. And students used to, why they used to, compete to be a part of those 20 students, to be a part of the sandwich program, which means that the students out of the 4 years would take less number of courses, and the 5th and the 8th semester was spent by the student in the same industry. And each of these semesters was 6 months long, so 24 to 26 weeks of hands-on training in the industry. But it was not simply, it was not internship, it was an apprenticeship, so to say, because what students were learning was also with flavor of academic instruction. Internship is only on-the-job training. Apprenticeship is on-the-job training with academic instruction. So these students had this opportunity to learn while they were having hands-on training, only a handful of them. And they got a separate degree from the Pune University then, now Savitribai Phule Pune University, saying that he has done bachelor's in mechanical engineering into brackets sandwich pattern. And this model paid off very well, because these students, after completing their 1-year internship, 5th and 8th semester, they were handed offer letters by the companies there and then, to join the companies. And which meant that in those days, the companies found these students industry ready on day 1. So this was something which was very much there at COEP. And over the years, we expanded this to other disciplines. And we also expanded this model where all the students went to the industry. So it was not 20 students, the entire batch of 60, 70 students in the 5th and the 8th semester went to the industry for hands-on training under the Apprenticeship Act. And the best part was, while they were covered under the Apprenticeship Act, they were also paid a stipend by the industry. Now, the whole idea was that as engineers, we get hands-on exposure to engineering is all about practice. And we all understand that there is no age for learning. We all understand that we have to go through the grind of lifelong learning. We all understand that each one of us has a career of 50 plus years. And today we see that we want our students to be innovative, creative, adaptive. We want our students to be multidisciplinary thinkers. We want our students to have conceptual understanding, which means the kind of education that we give has to be holistic, has to be experiential, has to be integrated. And when we say it has to be holistic, experiential, integrated, inquiry-driven education, which means students have to be hands-on. Yes, the COVID, very rightly asked, how did COVID impact us? Yes, the COVID did impact us for a semester, but thereafter the industry was ready to accept these students despite the COVID, because they wanted students to be a part of the organization. And that is how, even in COVID period, the internships continued under the Apprenticeship Act in the industry. And not only that, AICT has made it mandatory for internships for every engineering student. There are about 1.5 million students graduating every year. 1.5 million graduating every year. It's a 4-year program, which means it translates to 6 million students who need to undergo internship. And AICT facilitated internships also in the virtual mode. So in COVID period, some of the students took internships in the virtual mode, more on in the simulation phase, and also contributed to the industry live problems by creating solutions which were in the simulation mode for the industry to adopt and to bring about manufacturing of products which the industry wanted. So yes, COVID did impact, but it did not dampen the spirits of the industry. And today we have multitude of opportunities for students doing both hands-on in the industry as well as virtual internships. But I would still prefer a student being more hands-on than going through a virtual internship, more so if he's an engineering student.
Okay. Great. I think that answered it did impact, but after that it went into an online mode. I would like to add, before I go and ask opinion from others, including Ms. Febin and Abhishek, the trend for the management education, if you look at internship, that has become a route for hiring. In fact, that's what is happening in B schools across India, that the students are taken as interns. They are evaluated for a period of 3 to 4 months, and there is a pre-placement offer and a pre-placement interview that gets floated, and almost say 50 to 60% of hiring is through this route. Many organizations have taken this route because they get to see the students. It's not only training them, they also get to spend time with them for about 2 to 3 months instead of closing it in a 20-minute interview. They see how good they are, how fast they learn, how they are able to hit the ground running immediately, how proactive they are some things which they are evaluated on during the intern. And then there is a pre-placement offer that is given. That's what is happening in the management education. And just a data point, we have about 68% to 70% of students from SIBM Pune who actually take this route when they take up jobs. They get a pre-placement offer or a pre-placement interview because the organization is able to look at them for a longer period of time. In fact, COVID also hit this aspect, but since the work moved virtual, there were interns who were hired virtually, and the internship happened virtually, and the offers were also floated virtually. The entire ecosystem got adapted. Initially, there was a resistance, but then it went on. So that's 2 cents from my end. Ms. Febin, what is your view on this? Have things changed post-COVID training, apprenticeship? Or have they remained the same, and does it bounce back to the same things what it was pre-COVID times?
We've learned a lot because of COVID. We brought in technology, and it has fast-forwarded this pace of transformation of e-learning. Even students from the remotest part of our country are now able to access to all the opportunities. Online learning, working from home, it's the new normal. While see, in online mode, you really cannot replicate the hands-on experience. The internships, apprenticeship, they continue to play a major role in engineering curriculum. A lot of the real-time hands-on can be replicated online using simulations, virtual reality, etc. But when you go into core engineering, where really what you see matters and how you you convert what you learn. So I think it has impacted a lot. And see, while we were all talking about online learning, and of course, the government regulatories, everything has been in favor. But when you really talk to the students or to the institutions, everywhere the requirement of this hands-on or the real physical, interactions and hand-holding and doing things themselves, I think that's really very important, and that's what is required today. And I would say, probably during COVID, online, all this happened, but it's slowly bouncing back is what I feel. And everywhere there are a lot of requirements for this kind of hand-holding and
I understand. Yeah, I absolutely agree. How much ever you're going to use a virtual lathe using a laptop, unless you are there using the CAD/CAM machine or a lathe, you will not be able to understand and really work in real time. I think, Abhishek, you should be able to comment on this because you've been working with more than 10,000 people, right? And year on year for the past 10 years. Your views on this one?
Right. So there's been a lot of difference pre-COVID and post-COVID. First of all, we noticed that most companies or many companies actually reduce their training costs. Or we know that post-COVID, many companies have done cost cutting. So training was one of the activities that they took up first. So that impacted apprenticeship program per se in many companies, and students who are coming out, right? So these last 2 years, the COVID years, students didn't go to college, so there was no hands-on learning there. So the students who've passed out and who are there in the market today, unfortunately, don't have the skills that their seniors had. So we've seen that as well, and they are going through some remedial classes, of course, or the companies are telling us that they need to up their skills before they get employed. In that sense, apprenticeship program fits in well with those students as well, because they get years time, anywhere between, the apprenticeship program varies from 6 months to 3 years, depending on the trade. So that gives them enough time to hone their skills and then get absorbed into the organization. And what we've also noticed is that the hiring currently has gone up in most companies as we speak today. But there is no dearth of skilled resources, because a lot of the students who passed out in the last couple of years are still in the market. And so it's an interesting time right now, both in the apprenticeship and the internship space.
Thank you, Abhishek. Mr. Sudhir Babu, do you like to comment or add something to this discussion now?
Yeah, here I may say, as Ms. Febin said already, this is the time actually to see virtually learning will have its own challenges, but at the same time, learning the organization culture for their future, that is actually missing in these times. That's what I would like to add.
I think
that's one of the key factor for going ahead.
Agreed. Culture can't be taught in classrooms, both real mode or virtual mode. You'll have to experience it, live there, work with teams. Only then you can. You're absolutely right. I completely agree with you on that. Let me go with the next question to Ms. Febin. Yeah, sir, please.
Can I add to this?
Yeah, please, sir. Sure, sir.
And share our experience on how these management students have, worked differently with us.
Sure.
So I mean, for the first time in the history of COEP, we started an MBA program with a smaller intake. And the focus was that these MBA students will look towards entrepreneurship as their prime objective. So although it's a generalized MBA program focusing, and we impart only 2 streams, finance and entrepreneurship, by way of specialization. So what we did was, with these before, when we got these inquiries from the students, we said the focus is going to be entrepreneurship. So if you're interested in that kind of focus, only then you should apply to the institute for admission. So that was one thing that was ensured through word of mouth, that this is what is required or expected of the students. And then during the summer, we made sure that the students interned with the startups. So we have an incubation center, and we have large number of startups being incubated. And these MBA students were made to intern with the startups. So all their internships were in the startups. And then many of them got inspired, motivated by the environment. And we said that we are building an ecosystem where we will support you with seed funding if you have a bright idea. And look, there are so many startups, and you are working for the startups. Why don't you think of your own startup? So while this was being experimented in the first year, we already had 3 groups of students who started with their startups. So they're yet to pass out, but they have already on the way to startups. The others are on the verge of taking their own startups. But yes, there will be a handful who may take up jobs maybe in the finance sector. But our focus was only entrepreneurs. So making them experience internships with entrepreneurs, actually helped us in driving that program a little differently, because we said experience internship only with entrepreneurs.
Okay, that was an interesting example to share about internship with startups and how that's motivating students to create their own startups. Thank you, sir. Let me again next go to Ms. Febin. You handle the College Connect business for L&T, right? So if I may ask, which are the skills that you think that students are lacking when they take up internship and apprenticeship? And what should educational institutions do which can ensure that these internship and apprenticeship can be more effective, which can help students to be more productive? So if you can possibly share with us your views on this.
Thank you, Dr. Raman. What I feel is the present generation of students, they are very smart and super fast. It's an advantage, like they can learn things quickly. But at the same time, the current ecosystem is there are a lot of distractions for them. They don't have focus and attention. So anything that we do, we are actually, it has to be learner-centric. At EduTech, that we're doing courses and all which are online, and we are trying to see how we can bring that focus and attention. What I'm finding is that, they cannot look at a course or any content for more than 7 to 9 minutes max. So though they understand concepts, I think they struggle to understand how they are applied. And they don't get opportunities that much, to really see how these things are getting applied. So obviously the internships and apprenticeships opportunities, they bridge this gap. I feel that, technically we can probably give them a lot of things, but as we were talking, the culture, that is something very, very important when a student comes out of the campus. Communication skills, working in teams, that collaboration, time management, adaptability. These are some of the things that the skills that are required for any student, apart from probably the technical skills, which depending upon what they are specializing in, those are anyway laid down. So for which I feel educational institutions, they should actually teach the industrial aspects as part of the regular engineering courses. So, the interns, they have a better idea. Internships, I tell everybody, I don't want to call it internship, because what is an internship? It's not like, somebody comes to your campus and then just spends time and go, what's the output? Did they really see something that they studied in college? Have they felt excited about seeing something? For example, me being a civil engineer, I can tell you, some of the mechanical engineers also can probably understand that what I'm actually talking about. It's basically, when we talk about a frame, we say fix a joint, we say cantilever, we say pin the joint. But what it's taught, okay, take this as pin joint. Now you do the analysis or you do the detailing. But actually, how is it getting transformed onto a building? Is this going to behave as fixed or pinned unless they go and see it? And we study a lot of other things. We study machines, we study transformers. Do the students even know the scale of that? How do they look? These are the things I think we need to include it in the what has been taught in the institutions, and today with COVID and everything, I'm not sure how much of collaborative learning is happening. And I think we should start, because in an organization, you can never do anything alone, is what is my belief always. A civil engineer need to interact with an electrical engineer or a mechanical engineer or an IT engineer to really bring out a good project. It's no more particular core, an engineering. An engineer should know in a holistic way how to get things done, get the relevant information to put that into a successful model. That's what I believe, and it should be, and there should be that industry partnership is something, of course, today in various forms. As I go around the institutions, I found it is there, but effectiveness, are we really looking at it? I think these are some of the things we can seriously look at from there.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Febin, for those. I think I completely agree when it comes to focus and distraction. Today, this device which is sitting with everybody is distracting everyone. The mobile, which keeps, making people look at every 15 minutes, what is that's pinging there. So the entire concept of deep work is lost, where someone used to take up about 2-3 hours and focus on one task and completely engrossed in it, is kind of lost across, and the generation is changing. And there is and of course, the human beings are, wired for distraction. That's how our brain is. We are wired for distraction, and this device is making them completely distracted. And that's one thing, it's a challenge. And I think you rightly pointed out. And of course, you told about teamwork. And unfortunately, the system that we have today doesn't really go and give points effectively for teamwork. And the number of exams which actually are having teamwork as percentage is very less. We say you should sit down, you should answer all by yourself, you should not ask anyone, and here is the mark that you get, is what happened from kindergarten to class 12. And suddenly in the graduation you say, hey, it's teamwork. And in work you say, no, you'll have to collaborate in work. And till 12 class 12, it was like I am penalized if I am asked anyone for anything. And there is very limited number of marks that is allocated for an assignment, which is a teamwork based assignment. Of course, I think the new education policy will change things, hopefully. Of course, you also talked about the industrial aspect. Any comments on this? But yeah, any comments on this, Professor Ahuja, and then we'll go with Mr. Sudhir as well.
No. On a lighter note, I said you said minds are trained for distractions, So I was wanting to say, when will we train minds for disruptions?
Yeah, I think that is a bigger question to answer about disruption. That happens if you're going to go and find problems across. But distraction is something which is become a common normal today. And you see everywhere, even in a prayer hall, there is a phone that is buzzing and someone takes the call there. To that extent that across, be it in a cafeteria, canteen, restaurant, travel, airplane, airport, it's like you're constantly distracted. You don't focus on a specific task for more than 10 minutes. And that's a problem. Mr. Sudhir Babu, any inputs from your end on this?
So I completely agree with Ms. Ravin that beyond 8-9 minutes, the focus, what she is telling, that's where also even the latest businesses catering to youth also have this like 3-click approach. I don't know how many of you. Maximum any person of the youth today, within the 3 clicks, if he reaches in the website, he is there. Otherwise, you are lost. Okay, so that also is equally applicable, means the level of patience and concentration what this particular youth has. Okay, that tells us the thing. At the same time, what is happening with this today, with the this apprenticeship with the youth is largely it is like a very short time. They also come, they say no, afternoon we have a class, morning we have to complete this 2 hours. So that focus is completely lost until they are focused and completely involved in do it. That's what is exactly I could hear from Professor Ahuja, that completely 6 months is focused, 1 year is focused, only that works.
Yeah. Abhishek, any viewpoints on the gaps that you find? I think Ms. Febin has given a huge list of things that she finds as gap, right? From applications, teamwork, industrial aspects, focus, distraction.
One more thing I want to add is decision making, informed decision making.
Informed
learn
decision
everything,
making.
but then you need to quickly take decision and move on. So
okay. Abhishek, anything else that you'd like to add to this?
Right. I think there's a huge gap in skills itself. Right, basic skills that the student needs to have when he joins the workforce. There's a basic gap there. Also, I would like to mention that there is a subtle difference between apprentices and interns. Here, interns is a very informal way of taking in students on board, trying them out for 3 months and bringing them on, making them an employee if the company wants to. But an apprenticeship is a formal contract between a company and an apprentice. And as per law, every company is supposed to have 2.5% of their employees as apprentice. So, these are small things that industry is getting to know these days. And while, apprenticeship has been there since the 1970s, it was always focused on manufacturing industries. And we see today that a lot of service industry, IT, BPOs, etc., are also taking in apprentices, and they are seeing the value. So I think that's that's here to stay. And with very few colleges like COE today, but many colleges are actually taking up degree embedded apprenticeship embedded degree programs. All of this are is changing the landscape in the internship apprenticeship ecosystem.
Okay, great. I think Professor Ahuja,
Dr. Raman, if I may.
Yeah, sir, please.
There are 2 ways of having this, life skills, soft skills, coding skills, which could be actually ingrained into students. One is that, one is peer learning. So we have a large number of student clubs, where they are allowed to, organize programs, events. So that's the time where they understand, time management, ethics and, communication skills, presenting, speaking on the platform. And the other is through this internships when they go, or through the Apprentice Act, when they go to the industry, they get an opportunity to work with, different people, and network with different people. And that's also the opportunity for them to network with others, team up with others, and jointly deliver, because they're meeting those people for the first time. I'm going to the industry for the first time. and a student from another institute is also joining me. I am from Institute A, he or she is from Institute B, and we come together and deliver something, while we are hands-on interning or doing apprenticeship. So I think that's another area where, one gets to gel with, and, these skills get honed into the students while they are on the job.
Agreed. I think that's a valid point. No, learning by knowing, being, and doing, and managing events, planning for it, right from budgets to strategy to execution, makes them learn a lot about working in teams, negotiating with people, executing stuff. That's a great learning ground that many institutions provide. I think that's a valid
Have
point,
to
sir.
be tried, while they are doing internships or while they are also at the college, they have to be given free hand, to experience and experiment, and then you see confident engineers, technocrats coming up.
Agreed. I think taking the thread ahead, we talked about skills. Mr. Sudhir, you head the Smart Center program at Tech Mahindra Foundation, which places great emphasis on foundation skills for a job, such as spoken English, basic IT, workplace readiness. This is what I understood when I was going through your site. Can you give me more insights on what workplace readiness skills that you specifically impart on when they come in for this?
Sure, Dr. Raman. So before that, I would say every year we work with 18,000 youth and place them. That's what we talk about. And one interesting number to know is 56% of a graduates today change their first job in the first year. Okay. Out of that, almost 70% of them leave because they don't lack a technical skills, they cannot manage the culture, cannot manage with the peers and boss and all those things. That's what contributes. Okay, so that gives us a good overall picture. So why this workplace readiness is important? What do we mean by workplace readiness is because what we realized when we started this program in the 10 years back, this particular SMART stands for skills for market training, where from 5th pass out till BTech and MTech students also take this pass through this program. Okay, so we are running 40 various types of courses and domains and various things across India. So we made this particular workplace readiness and IT and other parts as a common for all the participants who are undergoing SMART program. Okay, so this talks about a very basic thing, start from knowing yourself and from time management, how do you manage your conflicts at workplace. Okay, and also it goes up to how to say no to the what is not needed things. Okay, and managing your stress, your presentation, understanding the organization structure. Means is basically when you go to your work. Okay, what and all, see, work is a technical or other aspects, any case you are trained for it as a part of your training through the SMART program. But rest of it is like when you go to organization, what and all you encounter, maybe there could be a difference of opinion, there could be a you can be criticized, or you may be you are criticizing somebody, you are receiving criticizing. From that aspect, very minute aspects of this entire thing is dealt through the course of 4 months. Okay, so that when they go to workplace, they know, okay, this is what is expected. At least like I don't say 100% you can anticipate, but at least 70-80% with the case studies, okay, this is what can happen. Okay, so this where is the big gap. That's where I earlier also spoke about understanding the organizational culture. Okay, that actually from there it comes. Okay, understanding all these organizational culture, how the people work, what is the structure of management, how you are managing with your peers, managing with your colleagues. So all this is inbuilt into this workplace readiness module. Okay, great. So that they are, when they go to a workplace, they are ready to, other than technical skills, they are ready to get along with the people.
Yeah, I think that gave a kind of clarity on what is that you impart, and I completely agree. I many a time ask students, they got a job from say a specific company, and I ask them, do you know what is the vision of this organization? And they are blank. They don't know. I mean, they don't know the vision of the organization, and from there it percolates down to whatever work profile that they're going to take, and that is something which they don't know, and they say, why should I know about it? I mean, I'm going to do something here, and this is my work profile. I need not know about the vision of the company, and it starts from there. I think that's something good. Mr. Abhishek, would you like to add something with respect to these workplace readiness skills, and how do you do something in that area?
Yes, right. So there's definitely a big gap between what the industry wants to what the students have in terms of skills, and we've discussed this in this panel itself. So there is of course there's a huge market today which is the bridges the the gap between the two. But the apprenticeship and the internship program, the one Professor Ahuja mentioned, that now it's AICT's made it mandatory, and that's with the view that it's going to help bridge the gap between industry and academia. And the pace at which the industry changes today, not only the software industry but including the manufacturing industry, is very difficult for educational institutions. Very few would be able to catch up with the industry, and that gap can only be bridged by programs like apprenticeship and internships, because that's where students actually go to the industry and learn. And this is here to stay. World over, this is how education is done, and India is a little behind the countries which are ahead. And right now we have about 500,000 students in the apprenticeship program, but small countries like Japan have 1 million students in the apprenticeship program. So but we are getting there. We are scaling up phenomenally as a country, but very soon, with the new education policy being implemented completely, we'll be there.
Oh, thank you. I think I'll go back to Professor Ahuja now. See, they are talking about industry-ready skills, workplace skills, skill set that being imparted in internship, apprenticeship, etc. I always keep wondering about this one question. Every industry wants industry-ready professionals, hit the ground running from day one. Are we as educational institutions, because you are heading an engineering institution, I'm heading a management institutions, is it our duty to go and create this coolies for the corporate world, or are we responsible to create the future leaders for them who are going to think about the next solution for transportation? I mean, I always have this, the industry says, Raman, I got a car, give me drivers to drive. I have cars, give me drivers to drive. Are we supposed to create the drivers to drive and supply them? Or are we supposed to create people who will bring in the next mobility solutions? So, I mean, your views on this one, Professor Ahuja.
Yeah, I mean, we are producing products for the end user. Now, the end user is the industry. So our students, either they have an opportunity to create their own enterprise, or they work for an enterprise. In either of the cases, they have to be innovative in their approach, whether they are innovative for their own enterprise or for the enterprise that they are working for. They have to ideate, otherwise they are not required. Now the industry, what they are doing is they are actually filtering out the intellect, saying that, okay, some of them who fit the bill, who are good at research, good at coming up with newer thoughts, ideas, practical ideas, could be a part of a setup where they can create new technologies and contribute to the creation of new technologies. But there are also students who are not as bright as the others. But then they say, can they also be employed by us to run our organization? So there are job roles for everyone.
Yeah.
There is a portfolio for everyone. Now it depends on the caliber of the student, his upbringing, his grooming, his hands-on exposure, his thought process. In fact, if we look at the scenario today, and you will agree to this, it's a very important question that you have brought up. And all the panelists would agree to this, that most of the mundane jobs, unskilled jobs, are now taken over by machines. We are bringing in more of automation, which means there is more of machine learning, AI that is being introduced, and the machines are mimicking the human mind, the human interception. So what does that mean? It means that we as teachers have to teach less content and create more thought process for our students. We have to create thinkers. And thinkers, if they have multidisciplinary knowledge, cutting across different domains as to how it will impact, one discipline will impact the other, because products are being integrated. The products being made today are having integration of technologies. 20 years ago, we didn't have a car which was microprocessor fired. Today, we have a microprocessor built in the combustion chamber, which means that we need to have engineers with different mindset. And then, yes, somebody will drive the car and somebody will create technology. So that is how it is going to be. We keep telling our students that, on one hand, in the western part of the world, we are creating autonomous cars and autonomous vehicles. And over here in India, Olas and Ubers are creating job opportunities for drivers. Now, what happens 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line, when autonomous vehicles come to India? What happens to the jobs of these drivers who are now in the Ola and Uber chain? Right? So probably some new jobs will be created then. So that is how it is.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I think that gave some insights and also a lot of food for thought of what's going to happen in future. Febin, if I may...
a very valid question. I mean, very important question as to how...
Yeah. So, Febin, if I may request you to give your thoughts on, we talk about apprenticeship, internship, which is actually training students to become industry ready. So, you also shared with us the expectations that you have from the corporate of making them, ensure that they have focus, not being distracted, applications, etc. So, what according to you, is it industry ready or industry leading? What should be the objective of higher educational institutions of this country, which can help the corporates?
And students, when they come out, first they should get the exposure. They cannot really lead immediately, right? For the basic grassroots level applications and how things are done, only if a leader knows that he or she can lead. So I would say, instead of even saying industry ready or anything, we bring out quality engineers from the educational institutions, because they're not just joining the corporates, as Sir was saying. Many of them go on and become entrepreneurs also. So they really need to imbibe that, once they're entrepreneurs also, they need to know a lot of things. So that way I would say, and some of them even go for higher study. I mean, a lot of things are there. So I wouldn't use the word industry ready. I would more, I think, use the word as qualified and better quality engineers who can articulate on what is happening, and then take a decision and then move forward. That's what I would say.
Yeah, qualified quality engineering and qualified quality management graduates is what you are actually trying to tell. Mr. Sudhir Babu, you have any inputs on this?
I see here, when one is, of course, I agree with Ms. Febin that qualified and quality is definitely required. At the same time, see this even equally industry readiness also equally, because see, until they know, probably they can be tomorrow, they can give a lot of solutions to the industry. There are a lot of cases where even though we call freshers, but they are able to turn around the table in many cases. Okay. So of course, quality, and that is important. But at the same time, understanding, understanding or being part of the industry and apprenticeship, both are equally important, I would say. It's equally
important.
Equally important.
Abhishek, your views on this, if you have anything to add?
Yeah, I would just add innovation. You also mentioned it earlier that be it industry ready or be it a leader, as long as you come with an innovative mind in whatever work that you're doing, even if it's the minute of the work that you're doing, you'll continue to add value. And I think that needs to be inculcated. And hopefully that will be done as well.
Yeah. I think, thank you. I mean, this is the next question that I open to all panelists here. So many a time, organizations ask educational institutions telling, look, you're asking for internship. We have a specified time. You got only 6 months for as per our company norms, it's about 12 months. So you will have to relieve the students for 12 months. And we will relieve them for exams. Don't worry, they'll come and give you your exams, not a problem. But you'll have to relieve them and they'll learn more. They say, Raman, they learn more here than what you're going to impart them in classrooms, which is some way undermining what is being taught in the classrooms. And this is a dilemma which many engineering institutions and management institutions face. Although we have a structured, say 3 months, 6 months, whatever it is, 1 semester program, they say that's not enough. You give me another 6 months and they'll learn more. And then comes the dilemma of how. And there are some institutions which say, okay, fine, if the student is ready to give the exams, all I need is they have to come and give the exams, university exams or whatever, final exams, and get going and submit the assignments. And these students are like, I think Mr. Sudhir Babu pointed out sometimes, telling, I'm here, I have to complete this assignment, relieve me on this job. And neither they are here nor they are there. I mean, floor open for your views on this. Should industry demand things like this, or they should give equal importance towards being imparted in the classroom, as well as internship is something which has to be looked at in a different way?
So shall I take this? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I think Mr. Ahuja, you wanted to, then post which we'll go with Mr. Sudhir Babu.
Yeah. So, many institutes are not able to, send students for 6 months and 6 months twice. So, which means, although there is a policy in place by the UGC, which is embedded in the degree program, that at least 6 months, 1 semester duration internship, at least. So it could also mean 2 semesters. So 1 year is good enough. The regulatory authorities are allowing us to do this. Now it is for the institutes to leverage that, create a curriculum where everything cannot be taught to the students. So we have to understand this. And then, as far as COEP is concerned, what we experimented with is that, yes, there is also some component of self-learning. So while the student is in the industry for 6 months in the 5th semester and the 8th semester, we said, while you're doing internship, in each of these 2 semesters, 5th and 8th semester of your undergraduate curriculum, you take up 2 courses in the self-learning mode, MOOCs courses, and you take these courses at your own pace, and you appear for the examination at the end of the semester, and also undergo internships in the industry. So we accomplish both. So it was not only asking students to take courses, but they were self-taught by them. It was self-learning. So we accomplished this objective of self-learning. They experimenting on their own, taking courses at their own pace, and also doing internships. So I think this one model could be useful to students, but they must spend more time in the industry. But for some reason, if they're not able to spend more time in the industry, say 6 months at a stretch, I think even two months in the summers, 3 summers they have in the 4-year undergraduate course, I think those 2 months each summer could also give them some blend of what is happening in the industry, and imbibe some company culture and ethics and values. So I think that could also help to some extent. But it's a dilemma, yes. What you rightly say is it's a dilemma. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Sudhir Babu, over to you.
Yeah. So here there are 2 things, because see, on my personal experience itself, when we are doing our engineering, also we had 2 things. One, of course, 2 months module of internship. Then towards the final year, we had a 6 months. Okay. So there are 2 things what I could see. Ideal time is something between 6 months to 1 year is the ideal time for apprenticeship, because see, your learning of the subject and content also is because you are focused and you are learning. So in a shorter modules, at least I feel, okay, even though if there's no alternative, that could be the final alternative. But what I feel is, by the time you understand, you get onto a hold, you are out of the thing in a shorter module. So that's always, it's a 6 months to 1 year is the ideal time. Also, maybe even though if today we're not, I don't know how far we are geared at it. There's something called dual education system in Germany, if you other speakers are knowing. So this actually goes in hand with the industry. Like 3 days they work in industry, 2 days they come to a theory. So like instead of taking 1 employee, they take 2 students. So 1 student works for 3 days, second student works for 3 days. Okay, that's how things goes. So 2 days they come, Okay, 3 days they work in industry. This goes hand in hand. Okay, even though that's still we are not geared to that, that's also very good model, so that continuously across 3 years or 4 years they are part of industry as well as the education system, because this gives them an edge. Because I could see in many countries people switching from academia to industry, industry to academia is like you are just changing a company. It's as normal because everybody is at the same pace of things. Means I know what, as an academician also or as a student also, I know what is happening there because I'm seeing both the sides. This is one thing probably could be thought of in long run. Second thing is what we could see, this particular what I would say, this one thing, which is called dual education system, what I was referring to in Germany and few other countries have this particular system. And the students also, when they are looking at it, this initially leaving the premium schools like Professor Ahuja's and many other things. If other colleges, if you look at, first question to anyone is when they go for an interview, so what sort of experience you have? This is always like, chicken and egg situation always would be there. This particular apprenticeship or this gives them some edge to start over. If they are 1 month, 2 months, nobody consider it. If I say, okay, I done a work with a company for 6 months, 1 year, so that's your experience to start with. Okay.
Yeah. I think thank you, Mr. Sudhir Babu. Abhishek, any inputs on this?
Yeah, I mean, many companies, in fact, some large ones as well, try and exploit this situation as well. For them, it's cheap labor coming in. That's something I think we should seriously avoid. And the option obviously should be given to a student to see if he wants this program where he's working with the industry while the education is going on. That's an option available. Like Professor Ahuja mentioned, this is under formal, there are programs like BWalk, etc., which allows you to work in the industry and come back. So we've seen benefits for students where, especially if it's a hands-on skill, where welding, etc., whatever welding you do in your workshop in your college, nothing like the actual weld machine in the industry, especially robotics, etc. Very few colleges will have such equipments which industry would have. So all of that definitely benefits the students. And if that choice is available to the student, if they want to, I think it's a win-win for everyone. And that should be the way to go.
I think valid point. So if you want to impart skills of Industry 4.0, is there an infra that's available in the institution, or does the corporate have it? Possibly that will be more available for a person to get into the corporate as an apprentice or do an internship to learn it than as sitting back at the institution and just trying to figure out in a theory or a virtual environment. I think that's absolutely true. I think we are almost there. We just have 2 minutes time. I don't think there are any questions from anyone else. I think we can then formally close it. I think it was a fabulous discussions that we had of what is the expectations of industry from academia in terms of making them ready for internship and apprentice. What do we expect, and what are the challenges that educational institutions have when they go in for internship, that is the students go in for internship, and aspects related to culture, focus, distraction, application, teamwork, which Fabin brought in, and also aspects related to expectations from corporate, and some anecdotes that Professor Ahuja brought in of what is being implemented at COEP with their programs that they have, and the real-time problems that was pointed out by Mr. Sudhir Babu and Mr. Abhishek. I think that was a wonderful discussions. We are dot on time. We just have a minute left. I think if there is anything else that anyone wants to add up as a closure note, the floor is open. Professor Ahuja?
Yeah, I would just make a quick mention that, whatever we decide at the institute, rightly said by Ms. Fabin, it has to be learner-centric, and we have to make sure that our curriculum is inquiry-driven, discussion-based, discovery-oriented, and we have to make sure that they get adequate workplace exposure while we are transferring knowledge to students, and there is capacity development as well. So all of this should go hand in hand.
Absolutely.
We must thank you for being a wonderful moderator for each one of us this afternoon. So
thank you, sir. Ms. Fabin, any closing note from your end?
And I just wanted to say it was actually wonderful hearing everyone, and it's a good forum that I'm honored to meet each one of you in the panel here. And I look forward to working with you or, keeping in touch with each of you. And yes, as Dr. Haja also said, industry and today in the system, both are kept separately. I think it's the right time for both to work together
More
for the
integration
benefit
to
of the
happen.
learners.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Sudhir Babu?
Yes, I think wonderful discussion we had, Dr. Raman, with Dr. Ahuja and Ms. Febin in the place. I think as they said, probably there could be some changes. There could be, let us anticipate some changes moving towards this direction. And yeah, let's hope for it.
Thank you. Abhishek?
Thank you, Mr. Raman. I think you were a fantastic host here. And I'm glad that this topic is being discussed, because I think 10 years ago, apprenticeship was not a topic that was discussed. And hopefully there'll be many more discussions, and that will be beneficial both for the student as well as the institutions.
Great. Thank you. I think we'll connect up on LinkedIn. That's the easiest way to connect and stay in touch. I think that as a closing note, I thank Vicky for giving this opportunity to all of us and about a 45 minutes time to discuss and deliberate on it. Backs to Rajesh or Nidhi who are there here online.
Thank you, Dr. Raman. Thank you to all the panel members. Thank you for this wonderful discussion. To all the participants, we connect after the lunch break at 2:45 p.m. for the next session. So have a good lunchtime and see you again soon. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, everybody.
It's live now.
It's live? Yeah. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much and welcome to the post-lunch session on innovation, incubation, and entrepreneurship in academia. In fact, we had very thought-provoking sessions in the morning, and there were a lot of enriching discussions. And I'm sure there were a lot of takeaways for all of us in terms of the role that industry and academia they can respectively play as far as various aspects of this partnership or the linkages are concerned, which including skilling, reskilling, and apprenticeship and internship, to name a few. Well, coming to this session on incubation, innovation, and entrepreneurship in academia, here essentially there are a lot of aspects which we would be discussing upon, and one such aspect is the concept of mind to market. There are a lot of ideas which are not able to sort of see the light of the day. That's where the hand holding and mentoring is required. The various nuances which probably we could look at as far as this innovation and incubation in academia is concerned. It could be like setting up of TTOs, tech transfer offices, which could result in commercialization or licensing, creation of spin-offs, which will result in IP creation, revenue streams for researchers, scholars, professors, or even academic institutions. So these are the various aspects which we could look at. And we have very eminent panelists with us. The session is going to be moderated by Professor Shouvik Bhattacharya, who is the co-chair of FICCI Higher Education Committee and Vice Chancellor BITS Pilani. We have Ms. Sunita Singh from Wadhwani Foundation. We have Dr. T. Sasi Prabha, who is the Vice Chancellor of Satyabhama Institute of Science. Mr. Rahul Chandra, who will be joining us shortly. He is from Managing Director from Akram Ventures. And Mr. Kashyap Dalal, who is the Chief Business Officer, Simply Learn. Thank you so very much for joining us. And with this background and context, I request our co-chair, Professor Bhattacharya, to kindly operate the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sumit. Good afternoon, everyone. My esteemed panelists, distinguished delegates, and friends from FICCI, and all the attendees, a very cordial welcome to this session on innovation, incubation, and entrepreneurship in the academia. I'm very fortunate to have an extremely illustrious panel today, and these four panelists come from four key stakeholders. Leadership, of course, leadership from Innovation Foundation, as you have seen the affiliations in the names, from the university, from VC Farm, and also a leading edtech enterprise. So let me try to set the context first, and then as we have structured, I'll come to each of my distinguished panelists with a focused talking point. Some of the, let me go back a little bit of a story. The legendary enterprises in Silicon Valley, they all famously started in garages, right? I mean, this whole folklore starting from garage. A few college kids with an absolutely genius idea working out of a garage, that became essential to the stories. It transformed into an image even. Some people say possibly an architectural symbol as well that could possibly and did attract the right venture capital. So that was an image, and the all too famous kahani, all of you would know, of Dave Packard and Bill Hewlett, the folklore from Stanford, and how their Dean of Engineering, Fred Terman, how he encouraged them to stay back and create electronics farms in California. And thus the legend of HP was born, right? Now, from that garage era, we have now moved to the dorm era of startups. That's the switch, particularly for this country. We see a whole lot of wonderful enterprises getting created in the hostels, in the corridors, in the campuses, and so on. And then thanks to the large network of incubators set up on such academic campuses, our students with a somewhat viable idea, the potential to scale and solving real problems, they are also getting a launch pad. That's a good thing that's happening right from their hostel rooms. So entrepreneurship has come out of the closet, if you will, and with a large number of students considering it as a preferred career option today. And that's visible in more so in certain types of institutes in this country and pretty much across the board. Now, with this accelerated pace of discovery that we see in the horizon and the intense global competition as well, academic institutes, universities across the world, they are all embracing entrepreneurship as part of the academic experience on campus, creating cultures and ecosystems. That's also happening where innovative thinking is not only inspired and nurtured, but also recognized. That's very important. We do that. So there's a whole lot of work and effort that's happening in the background by all stakeholders. We do have some of those stakeholders represented here. When we see favorable policies such as by the universities, deferred placements, innovation labs and curriculum also for students to ignite and work on their ideas. These are all extremely helpful steps that the universities are taking and will be taking more in greater numbers. We also have to create easy to access grants through a spectrum of government schemes. I think the Indian government has done well to come up with a large number of such opportunities. Also creating opportunities for mentoring from startup founders and alumni of that university. And some of these comments I say from the BITS Pilani experience, of course, what's happening here. Funding from angel and VC funds that some of you will be talking about. They're all working in convergence, in unison to fuel the great startup boom that's happening, that's visible in the country. Let me share some small numbers, small brief statistics, big numbers. Roughly 26,000 startups were founded between 2011 and 2021. I believe that's a CAGR of a hopping nearly 40%. That's fabulous growth. Over 320 incubators. This canvas is exploding really. Over 750 active institutional investors operative today. And we are home, this country is home to 94 unicorns with a total valuation of $320 billion. So those are extremely, really outstanding numbers. But then there are lots of issues that you all will be talking about and giving directions for these campuses, for these academic institutions, trying to create and nurture an ecosystem. So, but on the other side, we do face some tough questions as an academic, as an academic university administrator. So how much leeway should academia give the campus startups? This is a very, very complex question, not an easy answer there. After all, the students have joined the university for a particular purpose of traditional learning and of course, finally a degree, right? The startup incubator or the startup conducive environment at the campuses, they are not even a value proposition today or a factor of consideration for millions of students who are considering taking admission to one of these universities. They don't really look at that yet. I would say not yet. But have we moved from this initiative as something nice to do to a must-do function? Have we done that? I think there are, there's time ahead that we have to move into that zone. For example, in our institute, I'll share some experience of BITS Pilani. We have a zero attendance policy. Some of you would know. I believe we have a BITSian in the panel that allows students to work on whatever the student's interest is, whether learning or doing a startup or organizing a tech fest and so on. Treating the students as adults, this is something we do, and respecting their time, it helps build and sharpen critical skills such as leadership and taking initiatives and creativity that are helpful to them in any walk of life, every walk of life. The result, Economic Times calls it an entrepreneurship factory in the desert. We have over 7,500 co-founders and founders and co-founders from BITS Pilani across the globe. There are many other numbers and outstanding numbers. Few more stats. We have incubated in our 3 Indian campus TBIs, 150 startups so far. But we haven't done that well. We should do much better. About 70 in the last 3 years. Just to talk about the seed money, we have disbursed about 2.5 crore rupees to incubates of ours. The valuation of the currently incubated startups, somewhat modest, $30 million incubated in BITS Pilani today. But if you look at the value of all the startups, including the ones graduated, it adds up to an interesting number, $960 million. So, I casually sometimes say jokingly that, well, BITS Pilani itself is a unicorn. It's almost about to touch the 1 billion of our own startups. So today, we have these 12 unicorns and the decacorn and all that. All these, we are very proud of it. But there has to be a structure in how we extend the support through our own TBIs and in the institute in general. So we are facilitating verticals, offering professional support at 4 levels, if I may just use. And we are having some directly 70 nationally leading partners at those 4 levels. What are the 4 levels? The first level, we call it in terms of banking, legal, IP, and CA, that sort of support. The second one, marketing, incubators. The second level, we offer support. And we have professional, leading partners, who's who in the country. The third one, technology credits. And the fourth one, investors connect. So these have to be structured today. You can't just have a TBI, give a space and do real estate business. It doesn't work that way. We have to nurture the human capital. You have to put support on technology, innovation and development. So that's the canvas at BITS Pilani. They are starting from dorm rooms. They are raising funds as well while they are still in the institute. I give you 4 or 5 names: Blue Learn, Kalam Labs, Byte Speed, Pepper, and Daibo. They raised about just over $5.5 million while studying at BITS very recently. There have been 870 startups. Although it's a private institute, it doesn't get the government support at all. But we are third most number of startups from any academic institute behind IIT Delhi and IIT Bombay. There are much more accomplished and resourceful institutes, but we are trying our bit to contribute to the service of the nation in this particular workspace. So there's so much more challenging for a private institute, as you know. But returning to the generic issue that we have been discussing. So if the academia is not ready to give freedom to the students to work on their idea, then how do the campus incubators justify their existence? So this is a bit of a conflict, So they have to attend all the classes, they have to do all that. How do they run their startups? So another dimension for the higher education institutes is the innovation components in the curriculum. Is there a provision in the structure in the curriculum that encourages discovery, that provides some training? It should be open and flexible as well. So how do the students apply their learning either alongside or at a space when they are still in the campus? The institutions who continue to bring contemporary ideas in the curriculum and create space for ideas, they are the one who will flourish and will continue to be the source and pipeline for the incubators. In our experience, that's what we see. We also have another point that I want to mention is that innovation is not just limited to engineering and MBA students. The PhD students and the faculty members lead the IP creation typically. A lot of these IP is being commercialized, and venture creation is definitely one of the exciting ways in which this is done. But we need to sort of dovetail this PhD and faculty crowd with the energy and the enterprise ability, creation of enterprise from the UG and PG program. So that's something which hasn't happened that much. We should. So how else do the academia play a pivotal role in this game plan? Transforming ideas into reality, something we'll discuss. Incubators, of course, are going to be the major ally of all these prospective founders. So let's present the state we are in, the state where we wish to be, and how do we get there? That's basically our discussion. So without further ado, let's listen to the illustrious panel that we have here. And they are the key stakeholders of the ecosystem, of course, as I mentioned before. Let's listen to their perspectives and do some future gazing as well. So with those opening remarks, let me go to with my first discussion point to Sunita, Sunita Singh of the Wadhwani Foundation. So the ecosystem we have today in the academia in this country, what's the typical general character that we see and the structure that we see, the typical leadership demonstrated from the institute side, the kind of scale of operation? Some examples will be good. So Sunita, over to you. For this first round of questions, I request you to stay within 8 minutes, each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhattacharya and esteemed panelists and FICCI officials. Very nice to meet all of you and the participants. Just as a very quick context, I come from the Vadvani Foundation. Our core mission is really job creation, and we do this via entrepreneurship, accelerating entrepreneurship, innovation, and skilling around the country and also in other parts of the world. We've been very fortunate to have a very, bird's eye view of entrepreneurship development, particularly on educational campuses, because of the role that we've played here. The entrepreneurship ecosystem in education has been 20 years in the making. I do recall 2003 when we actually started the first entrepreneurial campus entrepreneurial program, an initiative, National Entrepreneurship Network. There was pretty much no entrepreneurship happening on campuses. And I think the core focus then for the foundation became how to develop a network of academic institutions that could have a base capacity for entrepreneurship in the form of faculty who were knowledgeable and had the wherewithal to do experiential entrepreneurship on campus, develop student clubs on campuses, and enable them to have the capacity to do incubation and to some extent innovation. I actually put innovation at the end of this entire would you say the order that you have in the panel's title. Innovation comes right in the front. In my observation on the ground, it is the other way around, particularly in the context of innovation, as you're talking on this panel around hardware and a lot more tech oriented innovation. So if I come to the present status, and fortunately we kind of had a very recent look at what's happening in the entrepreneurial ecosystem on campuses across, and we did a kind of a secondary research, but also followed it up with some sample surveys across the different types of institutions. So there is some sense of what is actually happening that we developed. Now we looked at institutions, based on their NIRF rating, the student placed, average salaries, kind of entrepreneurship activities happening on campus, etc., and tiered them into, just for the purpose of understanding the ecosystem better, into three different buckets: tier 1, 2, and 3. And our observation when we deep dived into the entrepreneurship aspects of it was that, if you look at the infrastructure, whether it is courses, faculty on campus doing entrepreneurships, to active student entrepreneurship clubs, the number of activities, events, workshops, etc., incubation centers and alumni support, etc. goes, tier 1 institutions typically have, the strongest infrastructure and the strongest level of activities that you do. When you look at tier 2, they kind of are close to what's happening in tier 1, but there are some gaps nevertheless. And when you look at the tier 3 institutions, you see that there are massive gaps and not really enough infrastructure, other than a few institutions here and there that actually have for a period of time developed a deeper interest in entrepreneurship. If you look at the students particularly, what we observed is that in tier 1 institutions, between 3 to 5% typically are able to participate in the entrepreneurship programs. Now I say able to participate because one observation that we did have was that apparently the courses, etc., that are happening on these campuses and the tier 1 campuses are oversubscribed. So it looks like the demand is much higher than what we are able to cater to. So clearly there is a gap there that we can kind of fill together in academia. However, when you look at the quality of what is happening, and I think quality has a lot of implication on what comes out on the other side, right? When the quality of how things are happening and what kind of support, etc., are provided, things kind of require a great deal of I would say upgradation or upward movement and upward change. Everything from having particularly when we move beyond tier 1 and move into tier 2, having the right kind of faculty who actually can do entrepreneurship education well and handhold students as they are thinking of new ideas to kind of explore further. there is a great deal of limitation there. So clearly, building up human capacity, continues to be a requirement in the country even today. Although we have come a long way, frankly, from when we had started in 2003, you have a large number of faculty today who are, very well versed in entrepreneurship and innovation, in working with startups. Many of them are not just mentoring startups, but are also investing in startups. So I think that's happening on the one side, but it is not enough, is my point. And I think when you go down to tier 3, there is a huge gap. There are pretty much no entrepreneurship courses. Faculty are also almost non-existent. Even if student clubs do exist, they're pretty inactive. And so students have a great deal of difficulty kind of, getting any kind of support. Similarly, we did look at incubation as well. And Dr. Shobit, we actually found that there are a lot more than 320 incubators in the country, particularly if you look at the funding that has gone in from across multiple, government organizations, including MSME, MEITY, BIRAC, AIM, and DST. So they are pretty much almost, in our list that we actually developed, they're close to 600 plus incubators in the country today. But again, we tiered them based on, the sustainability of their funding source, the quality of their management team, as well as the startup sourcing and the quality of the startup sourcing that they did. And we found that, when you tier incubators, having infrastructure is really not enough, because if you look at the tiering there, only 5% fall in the top tier 1 category. In the next category, roughly about 40%, and then you have a whole 55%. And I think the big gap between tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 is really the quality of support that the startups get. So I think they are making 2 clear points here. One is that, if you look at the academic side of it, you may have infrastructure in tier 1 and tier 2. But are we meeting, quality requirements in tier 2, and are we really meeting the demand that exists in tier 1 is a question to be answered by all of us. And if you look at incubators, the infrastructure exists, but are we meeting the quality requirements, which will translate, the ideas, etc., into real businesses that will have both the capacity to grow and to raise, funding and eventually become sustainable organizations. So that's the broad level observation that we've had, both from our own experience working in academia, in entrepreneurship, and innovation and incubation, as well as through the research that I just highlighted to you.
Excellent. Thank you, Sunita. We'll continue to address some of these points when we get some more time. Let me come to the Vice Chancellor, Shashi Prova. Academic institutes are doing their bit, as Sunita said. Some of them do have the capability, but is there a specific skill? Is there a quality that will convert the ideas into a real business and so on? So from your vantage point, from your perspective, in terms of leading an academic institute, I ask you, what is that one change or one transformation that you recommend or that you see that you feel that the academia must undertake to improve the performance in the way toward innovation and incubation performance as perceived and promoted by startups, by the kids who are trying to form an enterprise and get ahead. So what is that? What's that missing in our ecosystem? Yeah, please go ahead.
So good afternoon to my panel and the FICCI, the organizers of the FICCI. So immediately after I hear about this topic, innovation, incubation, entrepreneurship, so I immediately accepted for this panel, because now the gray area of most of the institution is on this direction only. So though past few years, our authorities like our regulatory bodies like AICTE and UGC is supporting the institutions in promoting innovation ecosystem in the institutions. We have a lot of struggle and effort. We were able to bring out some students into the focus. Otherwise, most of the institutions are struggling. Even there are institutions without a single startup the institutions are running. Now, past few years is concerned, institutions are focusing on research, publications, and patents. So now we have to think about the product level, and next level into an entrepreneur. And we have a curriculum, so focusing on a few subjects, focusing on entrepreneurship. So that is in place. Still, the lack of awareness about the various funding sources and the risk factor in this entrepreneurship is the major concern about most of the students. So we need to conduct more sessions with the students. So as an academician, I am just telling my fellow colleagues that we need to have a lot of eye-opening sessions in the institutions by conducting hackathons, ideathons, startup summits. So we have to conduct more frequent events we need to conduct, and we have to pitch good ideas, and we have to link those innovators with the angel investors or with the venture capitalists. So that is not happening in most of the institutions, I hope. And the main thing I wanted to stress upon here is we need to have, we need to enrich our faculty members in the field of entrepreneurship. And that is actually missing in most of the institutions. Another significant obstacle of entrepreneurship education, higher education institution is the lack of a large pool of academic faculty with the entrepreneurial ecosystem and the requisite qualifications to make the appropriate, understandable, and useful to all the students at the campus. There's certainly a scarcity of appropriately educated academics to teach entrepreneurship. In my perspective, the strengthening of curriculum, alumni engagement with the student startup, building large pool of faculty with the entrepreneurial qualifications will create a positive impact on the startup ecosystem in the higher education institution. So every institutions have got a startup policy. And all the engineering institutions, AICT have just started National Innovation Startup Policy. NISP was in place, and they are actually doing a good handholding of the institutions to kindle the interest of the students towards innovation and entrepreneurship. And apart from that, every institution, like us, institutions like us, we've got a startup policy, and we are motivating the students and faculty towards entrepreneurship by giving a sufficient amount as a seed fund. So previously we do seed fund for doing research. Now, apart from giving seed fund for research, we support the students and faculty members in producing products also. So at the end, based on by using the seed fund, faculty, students and faculty members are developing products and prototypes, and at the end of maybe 1 year or 2 years, those products we are actually displaying to the investors. So they are coming in witnessing, and they are seeing the quality of product, and they are seeing their marketability and all those things, their aspects, and we are presenting before those angel investors and trying to catch up a little angel investment funding also to the students. So that is in place in our institution like Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology is concerned, because we have got an incubator, and we support our students also in the incubator as well as other students in nearby institutions also as an incubator and an institution. So apart from this, my humble request to this audience here is that really the academic administrators should initiate it as a separate wing. Startup cell should be constituted in every institution. And that is really a mandate, and at least around 10 products or 10 incubate or 10 startups needs to come out of the institution every year. This what I'm telling is minimum, because that is also not happening in most of the institutions. We are actually thinking everything on the paper, and startup policy is in place, NISP is also in place, and the lack of motivation and lack of funding is not allowing the institutions to come out as a real startups. So with the support of angel investors, with the support of venture capitalists, surely it is possible. But the thing is that we need a little motivation to the students. And as our chair was mentioning about the freedom to the students and the zero attendance, we are also implementing zero attendance for the students who are doing these startups. Also credit transfer. So those students who are really involved in credit, startup initiatives, we are giving certain credits also based on their volume of work. So that is also in place. So these kind of motivations surely will allow the students to do more startups in the institutions. And now, you know, our Atal ranking of institution innovation achievements. So Atal ranking, institutions also, our government is also initiating a lot of new avenues to kindle the interest among the institutions to move towards innovations. And you all know that whatever we are talking in terms of innovation in Indian institutions, so we have to see the developed institutions in the developed nations, in institution in the developed nations, because they, you know, so their level of startups from the institutions are more. So I think for the past few decades, we are also struggling, and last 2-3 years are given the eye opener for most of the institutions to do the startups. And we are also into the venturing into various startups. So right now we have around 58 incubators in our institutions by our own faculty members and the students and alumni. And as of last 2 years, we have only 18 startups who are there from the institutions. But we also wanted to improve the number with the support of more venture capitalists and angel investors. And here I am from private institution, but the shortfall here is that most of the angel investors and venture capitalists are going to the government institutions and IITs in Chennai and or other national institutions. So there are a lot of talents available in private institutions also. So kindly look into our institution also and come and visit and witness our innovative products which are available in the institutions. We are open to invite the investors to our institutions to guide and mentor and support our young students and startups. Thank you.
Thank you. So did I hear it correctly that you would relax the attendance requirement if they have a startup, if they are in the process?
Yes,
yeah.
yes, sir.
Maybe you can consider that to get into that, they probably need free time for their
that we are giving,
ideation and stuff. Yeah, thank you. Let me ask almost the same question to Mr. Rahul Chandra. Rahul, you are there? Can I see that? Can you open the camera, please? If you are, I can't see Rahul Chandra. Can I? Is Rahul Chandra connected? Okay. Nidhi, do we have Rahul Chandra?
No, sir, he is not here.
Okay. All right. So I'll go to Mr. Kashyap Dalal. The same question, you know, let's restrict our comments to institutes, let's say tier 1 institutes who already have a structure, they're already doing the job in the zone and all that. So what is that one change or transformation that you would like to see happening in those TBIs or in those academic institutes toward a more impactful ecosystem, so that we have better startups or better enterprises coming out successful and creating a national impact? So what is that change or transformation that you would be looking for?
Sure. So I think, first of all, thanks to FICCI and all the organizers. It's great to be part of this discussion. I would like to look at the entire journey from the perspective of a student. Like maybe around many years back, I was at IIT Bombay, and this was a phase where one of the first few startups were getting funded in the country. I think before 2000, it was unheard of that what is this thing called startup? How will anybody invest? In the 1990s, it used to be that if an investor comes and puts in money, he'll take 51% stake first up, and then discussions will start, right? So it was a very different world. What I have seen and what really triggered that spark of entrepreneurship as an option on campus during that period, the first and most critical thing was role model getting created. So I think for a student, it becomes extremely critical to have a role model, that basically there is somebody who's gone and created a startup. I think the best thing today in India is that there is no dearth of role model. I would classify this a little more. Interaction with role model becomes very critical. So typically, let's say today, if I'm a student on campus, if I think about all of these unicorns, there is some kind of an aura that surrounds those founders, saying that, okay, they've done something exceptional. But the reality is more this, that when you interact with most of these people, most of these entrepreneurs, they are just people like you and me. Obviously, they've done great and they worked really hard and they've got certain skills. But the most critical thing for students to pursue entrepreneurship is engagement with somebody who's doing it
and getting the feeling saying that I can do it as well, right? So somebody who's a role model on the front page of Economic Times is very different, but a role model who is, let's say, 3 years senior to me and who is from the same campus, who's done a startup and got some small amount of funding, that can change the game in terms of the conviction, saying that, yeah, if he did it, I can do it as well, right? So proximate role model, I would say, would be the number one thing that should be a focus area of all institutions, that how do you give more, face time to these people? Any institution, some of the biggest institutions or the smallest institutions, how do you pick those 5-10 entrepreneurs who are role models and allow interaction in all the batches? And that really increases the conviction among students that they can actually do it as well. Second one, which I would say after the role model, is more increasing the active thought process that startup is an end game. Today, majority of the entire mindset of people getting into a college in India is that I am doing this course so that I'll get a job. So either I'm going to become a mechanical engineer or a civil engineer or a doctor or whatever it is. Our curriculum today doesn't actively talk about the end outcome, that if let's say I'm doing research or if I'm learning a particular skill set, I could even apply the skill set to solve a problem and start a business. So if, and this is something that Vice Chancellor touched upon, that if the curriculum can also touch upon outcomes, that if I'm doing research, what is the problem I'm solving? And apart from the outcome being working at a company and just doing research for the sake of it to a problem that's been given to me, if I can have that entire perspective saying that if I'm solving this problem, can I start a business around it? That completely changes the game. Today, if 5% of people are thinking of entrepreneurship, if we can increase it even to 10%, that's a complete game changer. So I think actively, and that's more on the curriculum side, that basically on the curriculum side, how can we seed the thought process? That you could think of productization of your research, or you could think of whatever concepts you're learning, that converting into some application that can be a business in itself. I think that would be a second, which for me is like really, really critical. Last one for me would be more, so one of the big differences that I see between entrepreneurship in India and what I see in other developed markets, I would loosely classify that there are 3 kinds of entrepreneurship. Before 2000 in India, entrepreneurship was more need-based, that I don't have a job. What will I do? I will do something to earn money, and that is entrepreneurship. After 2000, there is entrepreneurship of solving business problems. Majority of the startups that you look at today in India, they are all business process startups, that I'm taking an unorganized sector, I'm organizing it. I'm putting a structure to it, and that's how I'm creating my business. The third phase of startups is more R&D based, that it is more a product patent converting into a business. I think India is very, very early on that. Today, I hardly see any large unicorns or sunicorns which are based on patent or which are based on an IP that a person has innovated. And the reality is that in US, most of the universities are hotspots for startup activity, mainly based on research. A lot of the companies that come out, they have actually created a molecule, or they've created some patented either a computer algorithm or something else, and that translates into a large business. So I would say the focus of academic institutions should be more on that how do we increase our R&D efforts, how do we increase research, and how do we create the entire ecosystem that if you actually published a paper and you innovated on some aspect, then that can be productified and that can become a business that is getting funded. Everything else, the business process startups that are happening today, the external ecosystem can help. There are multiple accelerators, there are angel investment funds, there are institutions like TAI and so many others. All of them are going to be hunting for a good business idea that can get funded. But this entire R&D effort converting into business, that's a bucket of entrepreneurship that cannot start anywhere else. It has to start from academic institutions. And I think if more focus and more effort can be put on that side of it, at academic institutions, I think that's something that is a net addition for the Indian startup ecosystem.
Thank you, Kashyap. Let me raise the same issue that you mentioned, and maybe I go back to you again. That we see a whole lot of companies that are unicorns and then successful ones that are software based, and the most of the ideas, as you mentioned, they tech oriented. we are still not known, as you mentioned. Hardly anything is based on a molecule that was invented or a patent and so on. India is not known as a hardware destination. Also, I mean, that's something. One of the startups which has taken some time, and gray orange, you probably know gray orange. So that's a one which is based on real hardware and good technology and so on, and it has captured a good market as well as some monopoly in some sense. But I see that integrator, that sort of thing, companies, mostly the integrator kind of companies, they take much less time to become a unicorn than the ones which are rock solid, tech based and hardware. So what do academia need to do differently? I mean, you hinted, but can you spend a few more minutes on that to bring more deep tech hardware based startups? I mean, how do you do this? Maybe I can go to Sunita also after you respond briefly. What is it that we are not doing to invite or to attract organizations, also enterprises of that kind? What is it that's missing there?
So I would say two things here. One is more, for any wave to start off, there is need of, again, role models and stories. That basically we need a couple of stories that basically get the ball rolling. And that is always difficult. I mean, there's no secret sauce saying that, we'll do these three things and these stories will start popping out. But I would see a quantum shift that basically, if let's say PhD candidates at an institution, if there are 3 stories that come out where a PhD candidate developed an entire IP or a process or a hardware or whatever it might be, and that getting funded by the incubator on campus, and then let's say they get a huge contract and become a multi-million-dollar company, suddenly this will become a trend that basically a lot of people will start aspiring for it. So my feeling is more this, that I feel we have to keep doing the right things to get lucky. That basically, how do we focus on more R&D? How do we focus on more of the R&D projects? Let's say people who are doing MTech and PhD and stuff like that. How do we focus them more on industry? That basically, a lot of times what we see in academic institutions is more this, that the BTech project or MTech project is basically something to just get it done. But ideally, if there is a strong filter saying that basically every project that a student is working on, it should be focused on real world application. It should be focused on some problem that you're trying to solve better than what is already out there, rather than just recreating lab results that are already available, right? So I think the nature of problem solving that is given to students, and that will require a lot of hard work on the side of academia, that basically professors need to have industry interaction, talk to people, figure out actual consulting projects or actual problems that students are working on solving. I would say that is the first step. That the first step would be more this, that each and every student problem that everybody is solving, that is real world application oriented, rather than resolving something that is already solved. If we ensure that in majority of the cases, and then we have a support system saying that you actually got a good solution, I have financing available, I have an industry partnership available, and I'll try to convert 100 of these into at least 10 startups. I would say those are the ingredients that are needed. And then we wait to get lucky, that if out of 100 people, if 5 startups come out and they become big, suddenly it will set the ball rolling and a lot more people will get in and want to do more of that.
Right. I also, let me mention this, quite often, PhD students, they are a little bogged down, even if they have chosen a good problem and like you were saying, they are fellowships and they have submitted the thesis, they have defended their thesis, and they look for, income. They have to support themselves or maybe their families and so on. So many universities will do very well for a finite time, beyond all this, when the PhD fellowship is over, the degree is given and all that. If there is a situation where there is a bit of prospect of something interesting happening with the product or an idea or whatever, maybe the institute should look for a kitty of money, a pot of gold or whatever, and that to support such PhD students beyond the normal, because normally there is no scheme, there is nothing available, and they are supposed to walk away from the institutes, look for support wherever. So this sort of framework may be created. This is something which institutes haven't done in the past. So we need to look for maybe money coming from whatever direction, maybe alumni, maybe government seed money, or seed money may not be eligible because they haven't formally done it. So before that, they need support, absolutely pre-incubation or pre-incubation kind of stage. So that could be 6 months, that could be 1 year, or whatever. So Nita, you have some additional points on the same question.
So thank you. I tend to agree with what Kashyap was saying about the need for role models. But sorry, Kashyap, I disagree with you on, there's no secret sauce, or that, you can't put together some things that will actually result in something. In my experience, getting an ecosystem going for entrepreneurship took some deliberate effort. It didn't happen just organically. It took some deliberate effort with, right kind of infrastructure, building human capacity, very purposefully doing these things, getting student clubs going, and then eventually, policies, whether it was IMA in 2008 talking about deferred placement, or whether it is IIT Kanpur today talking about, start your business when on campus, and you can get credit for whatever you're doing there. So all of these things actually go to, get an inspired person to take that action, which is really critical. I think if you look at innovation, pretty much it is the same thing. And we really should not make the mistake of assuming that if entrepreneurship is happening, innovation will happen automatically. And particularly the kind of tech innovation that you're referring to, Dr. Shovik, it has to be done more purposefully. About 7 years ago, the foundation actually invested in setting up a center for bioengineering innovation, the Vadwani Center for Bioengineering at IIT Bombay. And the core focus of that center was to really see how to get translational research happening with an aim to commercialization. And I'll tell you that, it wasn't an easy job. In the first 5 years, we've managed to do, along with very, very I would say very smart, charged up, PIs working within IIT Bombay, all we managed to do was to really move faculty. And that again, out of all the funding that we provided for projects over 5 years, only about 30% actually went into translation. Because, and this was interdepartmental faculty, coming together and wanting to do this. But there were two big barriers there. One, they weren't used to doing a lot of translational work. Right. Second was that the policy is not aligned. Even today, if you see, publishing is what moves the faculty forward. So, so if you don't have the right policy and the right incentives, then it is hard, particularly for the younger, the more, market connected faculty and students and, and others to really take on work like this. Right. Luckily for us, with a concerted effort across all quarters at IIT Bombay, translational research is now happening rather well. And at the end of 5 years, we saw, three ventures getting started. And last year, one of them actually got raised multi-billion-dollar, commercial funding. Right. So that movement has begun, but it is very early days. Right. And what we are seeing is that as you go forward on campus, you have to do more of this. Now, the big change that we believe that has happened at IIT Bombay as a result of this one, I would say, small success step is that the institution has developed now a mandate for a translational research academy across board. But that is, so this is one of the reasons. But the other reasons is that, once you see a little bit of success, as you mentioned, Kashyap, they started to look across the institution to see what else is happening in the translational area, application area. And they found that there were a lot of projects that actually were moving up and were maturing, starting to mature. But, unless you did something, you had a very purposeful approach to really creating a whole pipeline of support, moving things from one level to the other and into commercialization, it actually, a lot of things will just fitter out. And that's not too difficult to happen on any academic institution. Here we're talking amongst the best of the best, right? So I cannot even imagine what is likely to be happening at some of the tier 2 or the tier 3 institutions, where you don't have this particular necessarily way of thinking, but you also don't have the kind of funding that is required in order to actually purposefully do this, right? So IIT Bombay is building now a translational research academy with deep tech as a focus, using a lot of funding and so on. And I think BITS Pilani is starting to go down that route as well, right? You're looking at doing it. But my question is, there is industry out here. We need R&D to happen. We need purposeful R&D, application-oriented R&D to happen. How can industry participate? We're not going to see India take on that role of being, the go-to place for manufacturing of any kind, without academia playing a strong role and working hand in hand with either on new innovation or on innovation with small businesses that already exist and that actually can play a stronger role in the supply chains that India can dominate.
It's interesting that you gave the IIT Bombay example, because in the parlance of IITs, etc., I've worked for 3 decades in these systems, and IIT Bombay debatably, arguably is considered the most progressive IIT amongst the old 5 we have and all that. But even there, you mentioned all that. Excellent input. Let me go to we are struggling with time a little bit, but let's see. I'm going to Vice Chancellor Shashi Proha on a question regarding women-led startups. The ratio of startup by women, as we see in many other workspaces. Startups with at least one woman co-founder, that continue to remain, unfortunately, significantly lower as compared to men-only startups, right? So this is true for the national scenario as well as for the incubators in the academia, and we look at all the numbers, generally the same picture. So why do you feel this gap is? What do we need to do if we need to influence to change this scenario effectively and hopefully quickly?
Yeah, so already the gap exists between the women and men in terms of literacy is concerned. This 21% around gap is there. The literacy rate of women and men is concerned. So that is actually leading to this level also. So, and whenever a girl child is graduating, so they'll be convinced with the job presently, whatever they are getting through the campus placements, they are convincing with the job. And so they'll be seeing the next phase of life as marriage only. So that is there in almost all institutions, all society across the country, that situation is still persisting. So they are not interested to take the risk. So though our government of India, through various schemes, even if patent, if one of the inventor is a woman, then automatically the patent, their processing time and the fees, everything, they are giving some concession. So the time taken for processing those patents is little faster than other patents. So like that, even in hackathons, in Smart India hackathons conducted by Government of India, our AICTE, if they are putting one of the candidate as a woman candidate. So just to accelerate this ratio of this gap, gender gap, so kind of motivations are there from the institutions, from the government side. Still, we couldn't able to achieve, because even the venture capitalists and angel investors are not ready to fund to the women founders. So frankly speaking, when they are questioning the women founders, the first question automatically comes is, after our marriage, what will you do? Will you continue your business? So whatever may be the innovative product they are showcasing in front of the funding sources, the first question is, after our marriage, will you going to continue or not? So they are thinking that the giving this much finance to the hand of a woman is a risk. So those kind of mindset needs to be changed with the investors as well as from the society. So that will take a little more time. And even in our Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology, we encourage more women candidates to be an incubators. So in every team, we try to accommodate 1 or 2 female students also into the group, so that we wanted to encourage this women entrepreneurship ecosystem also. So through the women empowerment cell, we are giving proper training to the women candidates. So this kind of training is required, and this type of motivation is required, and this mindset change is also required And my request to this investors is that, so whenever you're interviewing a woman candidate, don't ask these gender sensitive related questions like after marriage, what do you do? After childbirth, what do you do? So those kind of questions should be avoided. So to fill this gender related issues, and I'm sure that nowadays, when we see the successful entrepreneurs, if there is a woman in every team, so automatically they could able to make that business sustainable. So that sustainability will come if there is a support of a woman inventor or a woman contributed in the particular startup. So that's my general opinion. Thank you.
Dr. Shavik, if I could just add, I think she's making a very, very important point
Absolutely.
here.
Yeah.
I think there is, I think people need to look at research. There is ample research which actually shows that women founders give better return on investment. This is across the globe, actually. And this is at the highest level of VC funded businesses, as well as if you look at the microfinance, all of microfinance rests on that. Right. So I think across board, this has been proven already, but for some reason, I think we're still fighting that battle. And the way things are going, it seems like we will be fighting that battle for a very long time to come, which is really a real shame.
Do you have access to data for India on that?
I'm not sure somebody has done just India particular, research. But I know that in microfinance, research in India showed this, but with the VC, it is research on VC funded businesses and founders. This is true, yeah.
Okay. Let me ask go to a sort of technical issue. Now, let me go to Kashyap on this. This relates to early stage funding versus accelerator. There is a shift, there is a change that we see on the horizon, that student startups are now getting funded right from the campus, cutting short the incubator, accelerator funding, the classic cycle that we have witnessed in the past. So while the micro VCs and the family offices, they are already tapping the startups early, we see today more and more VCs setting up early stage funds and accelerators. So how do you see this development? Does early validation for startups, does it augur well for the ecosystem? Is this something good happening? And do you see the future unfolding in a different direction? And so on. Over to you.
So, Dr. Shavik, I think there are 2-3 very interesting things that are happening right now. One is this entire trend of Indian entrepreneurs who've done well in the last 20 years actually wanting to give back in a huge way. So today, when I talk to most of my friends who have started companies and are founders and are in companies who are doing well, they've made some money for themselves as well. Most of us are investing into startup funds. With the entire policy structure of India, we are able to invest. So every startup fund has a minimum limit of 1 crore or 2 crore at an LP level. And a lot of this money is flowing back into funds who are actually now struggling to figure out where to deploy. So it's a different problem, right? So in early 2000, there was like 100 rupees and probably there were 1,000 companies asking for it. Now there are 1,000 rupees and only 100 companies. So where do you go? You have to expand the funnel, right? So I think that's one thing that's definitely going to penetrate entrepreneurship deeper. And one of the very positive signs is that it will also hopefully move capital away from just IITs and BITS Pilanis of the world and go to a broader set of institutions as well, where people would be hunting out good teams and good ideas because they have money to deploy. So I think that's one trend that is that I think will augur well, because it will entrench entrepreneurship more deeply in the country, and it's only going to get better as we move forward. Second thing, which I again find very interesting, and this is something that we and a lot of us used to discuss in early 2000s, that as long as the rate of interest in the country, and this I'm getting little technical, but as long as the rate of interest in the country is 10%, and you can put your money in a bank and earn 10% on it, it makes the entire country very risk averse, right? Because then I need to, if I take risk on a startup, I'm expecting 20, 30, 40% IRR. Only then will I take that risk. Otherwise, what's the point? And therefore, I'll be very risk averse. I want perfect team, perfect idea. Everything has to be absolutely perfect for me to take that.
Doesn't help.
It doesn't help. Now, with interest rates getting lower and hopefully if that lower interest rate regime continues, it will drive the entire country to be more risk taking and more profit seeking. That basically I am willing to take risk with my capital, because even out of 10 investments, if 2-3 get right, I'm fine. I'll make a good
the senior citizens don't like your comment. They live on interest income and so
yeah, but I think low interest rates are the biggest positive for entrepreneurship. There's nothing that gets better, because it will mean more money flowing into equities, more money flowing into startup investing. So I think these are two trends that I'm very bullish and very hopeful about, that it will mean great things for entrepreneurship becoming more broad-based in the country.
Okay, that's good. That's a future surfacing up. I have a question related to funding boom that any one of you can take this. In terms of numbers, I think in 2020 and 2021, in these 2 years, about 53 billion US dollars was raised by the Indian startups. Good sum. And roughly $10 billion already in this year. Maybe a bit more now, slightly bigger now. 11 startups, they have become unicorn in 2020. We had 44 in last year and this year. Sorry, 11 startups in 2020, 44 last year, and this year we already have 14. So, this unicorn is one part of the story that necessarily is not the entire kahani as such. But the funding seems to be, in general, to be on the uptick. I mean, that's one general observation we can make. And it sounds really good for the Indian ecosystem. That is also the typical view that we see. So do you think this funding boom, is this going to be sustainable? I mean, or would it not? I mean, so who is volunteering for this one? Sunita, are you?
I think Kashyap is probably better to do that.
We simply learn from Kashyap. That's it.
Yeah,
I'll share my view. See, my feeling is more this, that funding. So in general, from a trend perspective, this is only going to get better. Now, year on year, a lot of times, especially when we look at media, there's a lot of noise that is created over specific numbers. So let's say if last year there were 46 unicorns and there was X billion dollars, if this year, if we are like 20% down, they will create big noise around it. I don't think that should sway us. The nature of the entire funding journey is more that there are ups and downs. There will be few very good quarters, there will be few low quarters, etc. But I would look at, my view would be that over like a 5-year journey, it's only going to get better in India. And the reason why I feel very confident about this is more this, that right now, whatever funding and the entire spike that we are seeing, it is no longer single sector focused or very, 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 very narrow. There are a lot of different sectors that are showing huge growth trends. For example, there is the D2C segment, which is more lot of companies building brands for India and scaling through an innovative distribution model. There are the SaaS set of companies. Most recently, the Freshworks listing on NASDAQ was a huge validation of that entire sector being huge, and multiple companies which are becoming unicorns. And also at a lower sector, there is a huge number of companies at 100 million valuation as well. So SaaS as a sector is very large. EdTech is a sector that we've already touched upon. I mean, there are multiple companies which are large and actually raising large amounts of money, including ourselves at Simplilearn, where we raised 250 million last year, and we'll be looking at more events in the future. So I think SaaS, D2C, EdTech, obviously you have your e-commerce ecosystem, not just the e-commerce companies, but the delivery ecosystem and a lot of service providers that operate within that ecosystem. So it's very broad-based, and a lot of these sectors have huge scope for growth.
What about fintech? That's also
fintech, absolutely. In fact, that's a place where there is so much innovation happening, and whether NBFCs or aggregators or stock trading companies and whatnot. Crypto, I'm not even talking about. So crypto is another space. So I think it is very broad-based, and there is very exciting prospects for the entire Indian startup ecosystem. Most of these sectors, Indian companies are now starting to think of the world as their market. So earlier, the first phase of startups in India, it used to be very local. The companies were always focused on India as a market and trying to build a revenue model based on India as a market. Now, increasingly, most of the companies, whether it is SaaS, EdTech, fintech, a lot of these companies are thinking global. We ourselves at Simplilearn get 60% of our revenue from outside India. So I think very, very strong foundation for Indian entrepreneurship. And my feeling is that from a trend line perspective, this funding journey will only get better.
I have some observations, not really, an answer to this, but so my observation is that this is not unique to India. If you look at, and I handle, some of our the foundation's operations in Africa, and my observation is that African market has seen very similar. They've gone from a few $100 million raised in funding to 4 billion in this past year, right? The second observation is that in India, if you look at the past 20, 25 years, we, and depending upon various sources, numbers could be a little bit up and down, but roughly 100,000 startups started, roughly about 10,000 raised some initial funding. And then if you move to Series A, some 3,000 odd. And by the time it comes to Series C, it is roughly about 220 to 50 startups that get there. So, given that there is so much opportunity and that so much funding is going in, particularly in the initial rounds to startups, what's the reason? This is 250 is a very, or 220, 250 is a very small number vis-a-vis, the market opportunity, and a whole lot of people are falling off the track at every single stage here. And there is something clearly that is really not working. Startups are not able to build their businesses in a manner that they continue to be sustainable, they continue to scale, they continue to grow. So what's the gap out there that, we are not able to fill? And what is the implication of that in terms of, this growing trend? Yes, maybe if it goes from 10,000 to 20,000 startups getting funded at the first level, we'll see a doubling of that number. But is that the only way in which we can do better? Is a question that I think we should ask ourselves, both in academia and in industry and, investment. Because this is a real problem to solve.
Absolutely. The other question that comes to my mind, so there are, you talked about tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, etc. I mean, why is it that suddenly, sometimes I also see that the government kind of does a policy or a guideline that everybody has to open a particular cell or an office of this sort, etc. Focusing. I mean, is it that every academic institute has to do this? I mean, not every academic institute is required to do this, and it is not going to be that successful as well. So, I mean, there are certain things that some institutes will do better, others will not do that, and vice versa. That's one thing that comes to my mind, having seen and worked in few institutes. And the other query, maybe I can ask this to any one of you. Sometimes the TBIs on a campus, they're theme-based. I want to do healthcare only, or I want to do only IT or whatever else. Is that a good idea? Because you are trying to get a foothold, you are trying to, there are views and counter views on this. Sometimes, BIRAC has funded a particular BioNest or something, and you are required to be in that particular zone, and then that limits your clientele, the entire canvas gets shrunk. Have you experienced this? I mean, is that an issue that typically academic institute TBIs face? Shouldn't we be a little wider than that, if not the entire world, at least certain broad areas and not a very narrow theme?
Yeah, that TBI is based on the funding. Say, for example, DBT is funding through DBT, BioNest, or other, or DST, NSTDB, those schemes. So, based on the expertise and the infrastructure available in the institution, they are funding. So, maybe they are interested in biotechnology or IT-related field. So, that we can consider. But apart from that, institutions should have a separate incubator to invite the incubatees of any domain. So
right.
that
I think I wanted to, I didn't say it properly. I'm not saying that because of the binding from BIRAC or something. I mean, sometimes the institutes on their own, they choose a theme. I mean, is that a good strategy today?
Yeah, because when we are going for presentation, they're asking the expertise for the particular group. That's why the institutions are also proposing in particular dimensions, say biotechnology or IT or Internet of Things or AI related. So like that, the institutions are focusing. So that is different. But as our basic question is that every institution should have this ecosystem also in the institution, because there are institutions which are focusing only on teaching. And now if an institution wants to grow, they need to grow in the research direction also. So when the institutions are moving towards a research focused institution, they should have surely this innovation ecosystem should also go in parallel and grow in parallel with the institution. So any institution, we should give the students in 3 ways of their progression, either through placement or through entrepreneurship or towards research or higher studies. So these 3 avenues we got to give to the students. So my perception, every institution should have the provision of encouraging students towards innovation. So the innovation ecosystem should be there with every institution, even if it is tier 1, tier 2 or tier 3 institution. They should have this ecosystem so that interested students can make use of those opportunities. And they should, institutions should also have a motivational mechanism also to promote this type of entrepreneurs in the institution. So both at faculty level as well as from the student level.
Thank you.
And yeah.
All right. I think we are almost out of time. I just had a this is a kind of a light question, a small answer. 40% of our incubators are possibly, that 40% is probably need to be checked, but mostly in Bangalore, Mumbai, and Delhi NCR. That's a typical concentration. Now, talent is everywhere. It's like the Indian cricket team players used to come from certain states some 40, 50 years back, and now they come from all corners, from remote towns, small towns, and so on. So how do you spread it out to to pan India? This is this an issue that let me ask either Kashyap or Sunita, because they are sort of doing it professionally. Do you think this is an issue that we need to have better and more spread out pan-India support system in other locations, because talent is everywhere?
So, Kashyap, do you want to go?
No, Sunita, I was about to say, I think maybe you'll have more perspective on this.
Yeah.
So in our observation and learning, you already have incubators spread across the country today. Like I said, in our list, we've kind of got 600 plus incubators. Only 30% of those are in the major cities of the country, metros. And, if you take the next level of cities, perhaps maybe 40%. But at least half of them are kind of already in the remote areas. We actually, it's really interesting to see what makes an incubator work well. Certainly location has a role to play, right? Because what kind of ecosystem does the location have? This definitely plays a role. But very importantly, the management team of the incubator, their financial sustainability. Therefore, again, it is interlinked to who they are, what kind of talent are they able to attract to manage the incubator, the knowledge of the startup, both ecosystem, but also how to support startups. All of that is really key. And that talent, I'm sorry to say, but that talent is not that easily available. I think it is one thing that, tier 1 institution incubators attract the best talent perhaps. But if you move to the next levels, there is a huge dearth of that knowledge base, that understanding, and ability to also raise funding, right? An incubator, most of the incubators, 90+% of the incubators, or maybe 80+%, because leaving aside the private incubators, a whole lot of them are dependent only on government money. And if they can't bring in corporate funding and other types of funding to support, they're usually limited programmatically in being able to manage talent and in being able to source the right kind of startups and then support them. Something as simple as even, let's take mentoring, right? And, this also has an implication on the previous question that you had, which is, should we be sector agnostic as an example? We are finding that more and more, even when we're talking to student entrepreneurs who are working at an idea level, the need for sector specific mentoring is very, very very, very real and required, right? So, there are a whole lot of generic things that you can kind of support any startup with, but sector-specific input, sector-specific networks, those are really key for anybody who's supporting startups to kind of enable. So I think it is one thing to have physical infrastructure. It is another thing to have a really working ecosystem that has all the softer parts, interlinked to it in a way that it can really support startups. That's a big problem still. It's not that it's easily available.
Right. Okay, we are out of time. I think Kashyap mentioned proximate role model at the very beginning. I think it goes well beyond the creation of a physical TBI on campus. It's something more. So there will be large number of institute graduates in good institutes where we do have an ecosystem, which they will be successful at, as we have seen already, necessarily not incubated in the institute incubator, but elsewhere. But you see, graduates of a particular type of institutes, they would do better than others, and so on. So it's those stories, those narratives which work, the proximate role model, as we mentioned, and so on. I would like to thank each one of you, even considering that one of our panelists failed to join. Yeah. So you all did wonderfully. I think our audience hopefully has a little better understanding now. So I thank Ms. Kashyap Dalal and Ms. Smita Singh and Professor Sushi Prabha. Thank you so much. I loved it. I enjoyed it. Thank you, Vicky, for giving us this opportunity. And we close this session here. Nidhi, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panel members, and thank you, Professor Bhattacharya, for this wonderful moderation. To all the participants, we look forward to join tomorrow for 2 more interesting sessions as part of this conference. Hope you all join tomorrow again at 10 a.m. Thank you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nidhi. Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.